Kjære alle sammen, velkommen til denne heldagskonferansen hvor vi skal sette søkelyset på likestilling, kvinners roller, kvinners viktige rolle som aktør for å være med å forhindre klimaendringene og det som blant annet også nå skjer i New York, som I innspurten nå i dag med FNs kvinnekommisjon, hvor temaet i år ulike kjønnsperspektiv på klima og miljø. Jeg heter Gro Lindstad, jeg daglig leder i Fokus, Forum for kvinner og utviklingsspørsmål. Fokus arrangerer denne konferansen i dag i samarbeid med UN Women, fordi at vi ønsket å ta FN og UN Women også på alvor, hvor det jo nå for 3. år en kvinnekommisjon som i stor grad gjennomføres digitalt, og hvor man da har gått ut og sagt «Bring CSW home». For at flere fra sivilt samfunn skal kunne ha mulighet til å delta, så det akkurat det vi gjør. Og så har vi også tenkt som så at vi ønsker at de diskusjonene som man nå har i New York, og som, jeg skal ikke si at det et paradoks at det 2022 før vi har dem, og setter kjønnsperspektiv på klima, men at dette en start, og at vi ønsker at det skal bevege seg videre. Vi har sett over lang tid at det har vært alt for lite søkelys på koblingene mellom klimaspørsmål og kjønnsperspektiv og likestillingsspørsmål. Fokus har jobbet med dette i ganske mange år, og jeg hadde lyst nå bare i min åpning til å vise frem en rapport som vi begynte å lage i 2012, altså for 10 år siden. Fordi at Norge på COP i Bali i 2007 kom og la veldig mye penger på bordet til å forhindre avskoging. 7 milliarder la den gangen utviklingsminister Erik Solheim på bordet og sa at vi skal gjøre noe for å stoppe avskogingen. Så var vi interessert etter noen år i å se på hvilket kjønnsperspektiv det egentlig på disse midlene, og i hvilken grad har man en tanke på det når man gir norske midler ut. Vi fikk hjelp av en god internasjonal organisasjon som heter WEDO, Women's Environment and Development Organization, som gjorde en DEST-studie for oss på bredden, og så gjorde vi en dybdestudie i Tanzania og Brasil, og besøkte myndigheter, norske ambassader og så videre. Og når titlen ble «Ser ikke kvinner for bare trær», så sier det noe om i hvilken grad man hadde et kjønnsperspektiv på det. Nå har det heldigvis endret seg, men i alt for liten grad fremdeles så har miljøorganisasjonene et kjønnsperspektiv, og kvinneorganisasjonene et klima- og miljøperspektiv. Og vi trenger å rive ned de veggene og fjerne de båsene og i større grad jobbe sammen. Det vi skal gjøre i dag, det at vi skal lære, vi skal inspirere, bli inspirert, og vi skal bli motivert til å jobbe videre. Dette ikke en sånn one stop, og så vi ferdig. Men vi skal fortsette å jobbe med dette her. Fokus og UN Women har dette som samarbeidstema hele dette året, og skal også gjøre flere ting. Vi har et spennende program. Til å guide oss gjennom dagen så har vi vært så heldige at vi har fått med oss Katja Iversen som «She's a fierce woman». Og en god venn. Katja skal ta over når vi har hatt introene. Vi har også fått med oss en bredde av både nasjonale og internasjonale innledere med masse god og variert kompetanse, som skal ha samtaler, og hvor vi også har muligheten til å kunne stille noen spørsmål. Og vi er også så heldige at vi har fått med oss politisk ledelse i både Kultur- og likestillingsdepartementet og etter hvert i Utviklingsdepartementet. Første del av denne konferansen foregår på norsk, og så switcher vi over til engelsk etter første bolken, fordi at vi har med oss en del veldig gode internasjonale innledere. Så jeg håper at vi får en god dag. Jeg vet at vi vil være i Katjas trygge hender, og bli guidet gjennom dagen. Men jeg vil først få lov til å gi ordet videre til, og også ønske varmt velkommen til Gry Haugsbakken, statssekretær i Kultur- og likestillingsdepartementet. Gry var i New York på CSW og kom hjem for mindre enn en uke siden, og har sett hva som skjer der, og skal få lov til å åpne denne konferansen, som jeg også må si gjennomføres med god støtte og oppbacking fra Kultur- og likestillingsdepartementet, og det setter vi selvfølgelig også stor pris på, for da føler vi at vi har et godt samarbeid og et samspill. Så Gry, vær så god, ordet ditt.
Tusen takk for det, Gro, og takk for invitasjonen. Det jo veldig gøy da, å kunne få lov til å være her og dele litt erfaringer fra turen til FN. Jeg må jo si, det jo en litt sånn spesiell opplevelse når man drar ned dit, men da merker man jo veldig fort da, at man har med seg både da flinke folk fra departementet, og så det jo også sånn at Gro jo da med i delegasjonen, og jeg tror hun har liksom erfaring omtrent sånn fra Trygve Lie sin tid i FN. Så hvis man liksom lurer på noe, så det veldig trygt å kunne dele og spørre og få erfaringer derifra. Nå det jo sånn at det fortsatt så la jo liksom korona et rammeverk som man jo egentlig ikke ønsker på kvinnekonferansen. Og først og fremst så var jo det at det var mye færre folk. Altså det var delegasjonen til Norge for eksempel var jo stort sett digital, og det gjør jo at treffpunktene blir mindre, og det påvirker jo selvfølgelig også den dialogen man har. Men i tillegg så hadde man jo også situasjonen med Ukraina, som klart at det la en spesiell liksom, stemning rundt det hele. Men samtidig så det kanskje akkurat i liksom, den tiden som vi inne i nå, at det veldig bra at man samles, og at man har noen arenaer der folk kan prate med hverandre, og at alle kan prate med hverandre. Og derfor så var det veldig fint å kunne være der. Og så må jeg jo si at liksom, det litt sånn spesielt når du der på en kvinnekonferanse, og du kommer liksom den ballasten vi har i Norge, og du ser liksom, vi tenker jo at når du på en kvinnekonferanse, så det egentlig kampen om å få til mest. Kampen om å være mest fremadstormende, det I hvert fall den erfaringen jeg har når jeg driver med likestilling og kvinnekonferanser i Norge. Men det klart at i FN så det litt annerledes. Du sitter jo også i den situasjonen at det sånne core groups som hadde litt sånn utvidet taletid i starten, og da var det LHBTIQ pluss core group som holdt innlegg, godt innlegg, og neste taler da gruppa som kaller seg for Friends of the Family, og talspersonen fra Hviterussland. Men det jo, sånn det jo, og det bedre å prate med hverandre enn å ikke prate med hverandre. Som det sagt, tema denne gangen kjønn og likestilling, og generalsekretæren Guterres, han startet jo med å blant annet også slå fast at kvinner og jenter mest utsatt i kriser, også klimakrisen. Samtidig så det ofte sånn at de også utestenges fra de områdene der beslutningene tas. Og det var jo også da en tematikk som jeg tok opp når jeg holdt Norges hovedinnlegg, at vi trenger deltagelse og at kvinnene skal være med. Og det jo en av grunnene til det jo selvfølgelig fordi at hvis du ikke har med damene inn i beslutningen, utelukker du halvparten av verdens befolkning, så blir resultatet for dårlig. Og det andre jo selvfølgelig også at det rettferdig, og vi skal bestrebe oss på at ting skal være rettferdig og riktig i alt vi gjør. Så Nå er jeg ganske sikker på at når Espen Barth Eide kommer hit, så kommer han til å få ganske tydelig beskjed fra flere enn meg om at kvinneorganisasjonene må med i klimaarbeidet fremover. Og ikke bare da at det nok kvinner, men også kvinneorganisasjonene. Men så det jo en fordel også da, å vite at allerede på Glasgow så var jo Espen av de som bidro til at man der veldig tydelig på at kvinners rolle i beslutningsprosessene skal styrkes. Så det viktig å ha med kvinner for å få god klimapolitikk. Og det håper og tror jeg at vi skal greie å få til. Men vi trenger jo også kvinnene med for å forhindre at klimautfordringene blir en ekstra brems- og reverseringseffekt på likestilling. Og det kanskje en av de tingene som jeg ønsker at vi skal liksom øke opp fokuset på, at hvis vi ikke tar inn likestillingsperspektivet godt inn i klima, så tror jeg at klimautfordringene vil bli en ekstra motor på å redusere likestilling i verden. Andre tema som vi fokuserte på da i innlegget vårt innenfor denne faktoren jo dette som kalles pushback to pushback. Vi ser jo nå rundt omkring i verden at den går ikke bare fremover. Vi må jobbe for å stoppe de som ønsker at det skal reverseres. Og da, vi ser jo nå at det en liten sånn cocktail av holdninger der du liksom du tror ikke på klimaendringene, du tror ikke på covid, du tror vaksiner farlige, muslimer skal overta verden, og i tillegg så liker du ikke kvinners rettigheter. Altså, jeg tenker jo at her sånn, der har Norge tatt på seg at vi skal være i front og bidra sammen med de andre nordiske landene på å jobbe litt ekstra for å pushback to pushback, som det heter. Og jeg tenker jo at for de menneskene som lever i den tilstanden av at de egentlig tror alt lureri rundt dem, at de egentlig ikke kan stole noe, så det klart at de stoler på noe. Det klart at de har ikke gode liv. Sånn at det vil være bra for alle parter hvis vi fikk tilliten opp og denne biten ned. Så det selvfølgelig, du har ikke Arbeiderparti-representant for en regjering som ikke snakker om arbeidstakerrettigheter, så det tok vi opp også i denne situasjonen. Det grønne skiftet må ikke gå på bekostning av arbeidstakerrettigheter. Den må være rettferdig. Vi skal ikke bygge klimaskiftet på massearbeidsledighet. Samtidig så det viktig at vi nå bevisst, så vi ikke bygger opp et nytt totalt kjønnsdelt arbeidsmarked. Så var vi innom frihet fra vold. Dette vet vi også, at når kriser kommer så blir det mer vold, og vi holder fanen høyt på innsatsen for kvinners rettigheter rundt seksuell og reproduktiv helse. Og så var det som det ble sagt, da forhandlingene avsluttes i dag. Vi håper jo vi lykkes, men utgangspunktet var jo ikke så det var jo ikke så progressivt som man kanskje kunne ønske seg, med at man liksom tror man skal ta noen store 7-milssteg. Det har egentlig vært jobbet ganske mye for at man ikke skal gå bakover. Så erfaringen litt dårlig, men vi får nå holde håpet, og ikke minst bare også da innsatsen oppe for at det skal bli et godt resultat. Også på samlingen så overleverte vi en erklæring som var felles for de nordiske ministerne, altså Nordisk ministerråd har skrevet en erklæring som ble overlevert til lederen for UN Women, der vi tar ansvar for å bidra fra nordisk side, og vi forplikter oss til å gjøre en skikkelig innsats. Og så det jo sånn at regjeringen har jo dette høyt på dagsordenen, og jeg synes jo det veldig godt da, å jobbe i en regjering der liksom, vi trenger ikke å krangle mye med andre statsråder for å få dem til å bry seg om likestilling. Det liksom ikke vanskelig å få Espen Barth Eide eller Anne Beate Tvinnereim eller liksom arbeidsministeren til å se at likestillingstema viktig. Så det jeg veldig liksom glad for, men også trygg på at Espen bevisst på disse temaene og tar de med seg videre. Så vi skal stå på fremover, vi skal ha fokus på resultater, og det jo det vi aldri heller må miste av syne, at det resultatene som teller. Altså det bra å lage dokumenter og bli enige, altså det det som bidrar fremover, at vi må gjøre statements og handlinger, men suksessen vår måles jo i effekten på kvinners liv i hverdagen. Ikke sant? Hvis de ikke merkes for damene som lever livene sine rundt omkring i verden, så har vi ikke kommet dit vi skal. Og det klart at for oss, hvis du noen gang kommer i en situasjon der du må velge mellom markering eller resultater, så skal vi velge resultater. Det jo ting man også har med seg når man går i dialog og snakker med folk som man egentlig grunnleggende sett totalt uenig med. Men det betyr jo ikke at det vanligvis en motsetning. Heldigvis så det jo sånn at markeringer og resultater går hånd i hånd. Så det har vært veldig spennende til nå. Vi har en veldig stor jobb foran oss, og vi skal være utålmodige. Fordi du kan ikke si til halve jordas befolkning at du må skjønne at ting tar litt tid, så du må leve uten de grunnleggende menneskerettighetene dine, så du må huske på hvor lang tid det har gått her i verden. Det ikke noe som jeg har tenkt å si til tantebarna mine i hvert fall, og si til Tuva at du må tåle at det skal være litt sånn, for du skjønner at det tar litt tid i verden. Hun skal ikke tåle urettferdighet eller at hennes rettigheter skal være mindre. Så vi må ha full fart fremover. Vi må ha stort fokus. Så det jo det Fokus gjør. Ha stort fokus. Lykke til med konferansen, og så snakkes vi.
Det snart påske. Vi har, i og med at det kvinnetema på dagen, så har vi også kvinnetema på presangen til innlederne. De laget av jentene på tunet.
Så kult.
Ja. Så takk skal du ha, Gry. Jeg skulle da sagt innledningsvis også at vi nå etter Grys åpning får en innspilt video fra lederen for UN Women, Sima Bahous. Hun har hatt mye å gjøre under CSW. Den fikk vi i natt, så den ferskvare. Og kommer nå, og rett etter den så har vi en liten video som vi har valgt å vise fordi at vi tenker den setter takten og setter perspektivene på hvorfor vi her og hva vi skal jobbe med. Så Sima Bahous skal ønske oss velkommen hun også.
Excellencies, dear partners, I record this as the war in Ukraine has entered its second month. To date, nearly 10 million people have been uprooted from their homes, most of them women and children. The Secretary General has been clear. War must end. People demand peace. Women demand peace. Women in Ukraine and elsewhere continue to serve on the front lines of conflict, all while being exposed to increased risk of violence, including sexual and gender-based violence. But women also are custodians of peace. Their leadership is vital in creating a more peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous world. Dear partners, the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda presents a blueprint for urgent action to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. His message has been unambiguous. Gender equality and human rights must be at the center of our response, including as we address the climate emergency and ensure the right to a healthy environment. We know that climate change intensifies resource scarcity and existing gender inequalities, and it demands our collective and urgent action. Our common agenda identifies accelerators where Nordic countries are world leaders. The strong social contract and trust between governments and their people, gender equality and the social cohesion and the security it brings, and global solidarity where Nordic countries are world leaders in development cooperation. These achievements are substantial, and I am convinced that Nordic countries can be leaders in at least two other critical elements of our common agenda. First, I thank you for the joint Nordic commitment at CSW 66 to moving from gender-blind to gender-just climate action, with clear ambitions and commitments for a gender-responsive and just transition to an inclusive green economy. I call on you as civil society to hold governments accountable to deliver gender-responsive policies, programs, and financing for effective disaster risk reduction and climate action, with decent work, social protection for all, and care at the center. Second, I call on both the public and the private sectors to increase investments in gender-responsive climate solutions. Climate financing is critical not only for large-scale energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, but also for women's climate action at all levels. We count on your full support to continue to help shape our common vision for gender equality and climate action at Stockholm Plus 50, at COP27 and beyond. I thank you.
Dear grandmother, I turned 18 and finally mom gave me your letter. Even though you're no longer here, I wanted to write back to you. Mom has told me a lot about you, that you used to live in a beautiful house by the beach, that your family owned a thriving fish shop, that you used to love running in the open air. All this is gone now. Like so many others, our family had to leave that coastal town because of the frequent storms. The sea levels rose and engulfed your house, our family home. Fishing was no longer a livelihood for them. We now live in the interior part of the country. Some days, the heat is unbearable. Because of the frequent droughts, I spend most days walking to find water with other girls. I know how much you and your fellow girl activists support climate change, so this would never happen. Sorry for the bad news. I'm so proud of you anyway.
To my future granddaughter, I am 18 years old today, and it will be many years before you are born. But I've been thinking a lot about the world we live in, and how it will look like if we don't act now.
At this point in time, we shouldn't have to be explaining the impacts of the climate crisis. We should be asking about solutions.
We stopped going to school on Fridays. Instead, we designed a plan. My friend Jenny and I have been promoting laws and policies to protect farming, fishing, pastoralist, and nomadic communities. Shahina and Bamidel are developing lesson plans to educate other young women and girls about climate resilience. Dia and Lee are advocating for more investment in youth-led organizations and trainings for women, girls, and youth to access green jobs. Asa and Maria are working to ensure that everyone has equal access to water services. We will keep fighting and holding leaders and corporations accountable for our future. For yours. I hope everyone steps up.
We need a new vision for a new future. So you need to invest your time, money, and effort in us.
Women and girls are leading the movement for climate justice. They have to be at the heart of the solution. It's up to us how each and every one of us will act for a better ending.
Thank you very much, and hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, both to people here in the room, but also to the many more that are following online. Wasn't that a beautiful video? Just reminding us what this is all about, our common and joint future. told by great young people. Let's keep that at heart throughout the day. So, and welcome to this Climate Change Feminist Action for Gender Justice. Combining that gender justice and climate justice is just the right time. So I'm going to be your moderator, instigator, time police, drive us through the day, and hopefully get to a place where when we leave this afternoon, beautiful Friday, spring afternoon in Oslo, that we will be bursting with energy to go and do even more. This is not a standalone event, as Gro also said. We have had a meeting here in Oslo in January with a lot of the ministers from the Nordic countries. We've had the private sector, we've been to CSW and had the, as Gru also said, the ministers sign the great commitment. And, you know, one thing was that commitment, but I just have to share, I was in the room, I was with them afterwards, and that energy, because let's also face it, there's a lot of ministers who change, but instilling that energy from CSW and from the discussions there, we had people go and say, I'm going to go home and do some real difference. I've had an enlightening experience. So that was really beautiful. And we will build on that today because I see that in the Nordics there's so much more momentum than there was just 6 weeks ago. So yes, we just came back from CSW, and the negotiations are still going on. We'll get back to that. A little bit about what we're going to do today. We have an exciting program in front of us, and we'll start here home in Norway. I'm starting in English, then we're switching to inter-Scandinavian. I'll do my best in not ruining the Norwegian language, promise. But we will first get into a discussion about the climate change and gendered inclusion in a Norwegian, but also Nordic setting. Then we're going to move to gender equality. It is, as we know, it's issues that transcends borders. So we also have to talk about it in that way, and we need to talk about money. You know, often women don't like to talk about money. I have no problem talking about money, but it's kind of sometimes we really need to do it. So looking at gender equality and climate justice in a money perspective, often we say if you want the truth, follow the money, and if we want to see how much action people actually are taking, follow the money, and not just the toast and the nice words. After that, we are going into policy and processes, because that is also important. In the video, they spoke a lot about kind of how we are changing the policies, and we need to do that as well. So we're looking at that, integrating gender in climate change policies and processes, so that we can get more action. And then we kind of move into a big discussion about the CSW. We're going to get a situation report from New York. What is happening right now? Because here in a couple of hours, when they wake up, they will be having the final negotiations. And if it follows the normal pattern, it'll go into the night. Hopefully not. But I think it'll also be good that we get a sense of what is it that's the pain points? What is it that are the stumbling blocks? Because that is also what we need to go for. Because if the politicians can't do it, it doesn't mean that action won't be taken. It just means that somebody else needs to take it. And that's where the women's organization and the whole gender equality community and climate justice community can take a lot of action. So let's know where it is the pain points are, what's going right, and then we can also make strategies based on that. One of the many things I like about this particular day is that we actually have time. Often, and I'm sure you've been sitting in a lot of events where everything has to be crammed into an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and you'll hear sound bites, and it sounds really good. It's really good to tweet. Gonna get back to that. But here we have time, and Gry, you said to learn, at lære, inspirere og motivere. Og Gry sagde så, and get the results. But we have time to actually go a little deeper and share knowledge. And I'll try as a moderator to get into that so we don't just stay at the surface, but that we get that extra depth. So thanks a lot to Fokus for having put this thoughtful program together, and thanks a lot to the co-hosts, Fokus Kvinner, and UN and the UN Women Nordic office. So should we just give them a hand? Hard work. And what I also really like is it's so flexible. So we've worked on the program until half an hour ago. So you're getting the latest and the greatest. Before we jump into it, I have a plea to both you in the room, but also online. We don't want it to stay here. We want to make some noise. So feel free to tweet or LinkedIn or Insta your hearts out. We have a couple of hashtags that we'd ask you to use. It's hashtag CSW66. It's hashtag gender justice, hashtag climate justice. And all of the four big discussions we'll have today, we'll open the floor for questions as well. But if you're online and also want to ask a question, we have some good folks who will be overseeing the Fokus Kvinner handle on Twitter. I also think Facebook. So you can ask questions there. We will get them into the discussion. So handle Fokus Kvinner. Yeah? I'm getting a thumbs up. Yep, that's good. And, on a practical matter as well, I know you will be thinking about it. We will have breaks. There will be coffee. It'll be right out here. And we're going to ask you to come back in time because of the great program we also have. Toilets there. Smokes we don't do anymore, but if it is, it's outside. And now we will start this first part of the program, or second part of the program, because we had a good opening. And we will start that with kind of some insight, some in-depth. And I'm going to ask also Christine Lundberg. She's a PhD and a renowned researcher on the use and protection of natural resources, and not least in gender equality and women's representation at community level. So also Christine, would you come up? And you got 10 minutes to give us that great in-depth kickoff. Thank you very much.
Så da skal jeg passe på å slå om språket med en gang, sånn at det ikke starter et annet sted. Hei alle sammen. La oss gjøre sånn. Ja. Tusen takk for invitasjonen. Mitt navn Åse Kristine Lundberg, og jeg jobber som forsker på Nordlandsforskning. Og jeg må bare si at det å forske på noe som i bevegelse jo det beste, ikke sant? Og siden 2019, altså 2019, har vi hatt et prosjekt som rett og slett ser på koblingen mellom bærekraftsmål 5 og 13. Eller mangel på kobling jo I stor grad det vi har funnet. Så sånn sett det jo liksom, det at det farten og det momentum, og det å liksom ta det videre da, det tenker jeg liksom, det litt av utgangspunktet som vi også ønsker å fortsette å bidra med. Og når jeg sier vi, så det da I det jeg skal presentere nå, så det Helga Eggebø, min kollega på Nordlandsforskning, og så det Marit Teigen, som på ISF og CORE, og liksom, de virkelig ekspertene på likestillingspolitikk. Min bakgrunn I forvaltning av naturressurser, men I Norge så har jo den vært I stor grad kjønnsblind. Og at man opptatt av aktører, men ikke hvem disse aktørene at aktørene har kjønn, de har alder, de har bakgrunn, alle disse tingene som opplagt, men som man ikke har sett. Og så bakgrunnen her har jo da vært at vi vil spore og se liksom, I hva slags grad faktisk likestillingsperspektiver tatt med I utformingen av klimapolitikk, men også liksom den andre veien da, I hva slags grad liksom inkluderes det når vi snakker om likestillingspolitikk. Og bærekraftsmålene jo Altså hele grunnlaget der jo at mål 5, og så blir det jo litt sånn, avhengig av hva slags interesse du representerer, så vil du på en måte passe på at ditt mål eller ditt perspektiv det som skal integreres I alle andre. Men det veldig sånn tydelig slått fast at bærekraftsmål 5, som handler om likestilling, det skal integreres på tvers av alle de andre her. Og UN Women sin Turning Promises into Action, som et veldig viktig dokument i oppfølgingen av Agenda 2030. Så når vi da har sett, så har vi sett på da de dokumentene som omtaler bærekraftsmålene på globalt nivå, men også ned på nordisk nivå. Vi har hoppet over EU-nivå, fordi at det rett og slett en del politikk faktisk på, også igjen, klimablind EU-klimapolitikk. Kjønnsblind, ja. Så det har ikke vi sett nærmere på, men vi opptatt av det nordiske nivået. Blant annet også fordi at der har vi faktisk funnet noe da. Og det som det blir jo lett et sånn skille mellom det globale sør og det globale nord, og menn og kvinner og disse dikotomiene, men vi har også jobbet ut ifra de, så det begrensninger i det, men det også en del, altså med bakgrunn i rett og slett at vi har sett at forskning på og fra det globale sør, der kjønnsperspektiver integrert på en annen måte enn i det globale nord. Det utgangspunktet. Og også en sånn, for vår del en interesse å prøve å forstå det. Hvorfor det sånn? Hvorfor blir det sånn? Så her det slående da, men jeg skal komme tilbake til noen ordentlige funn også på koblingen her. Vi finner få koblinger i norsk klimapolitikk. Og i de dokumentene vi har gått gjennom, det stortingsmeldinger, det strategier, det klimakur, altså disse store kunnskapsgrunnlagene som ligger til bånd for politikkutformingen, så handler det mye om kvoter, om teknologi, karbonfangst og lagring, det handler om CO2-avgift, men også tror jeg med utgangspunkt i at det lett nå så vi et sted hvor vi kan slå fast at klimaendringene, de menneskeskapte. Men i mange sammenhenger så stopper det også der. Det der folk får lov til å være en del av både problemet, men også på en måte løsningen. Men det handler ikke om ned på hvordan dette, eller så langt i en global nord-sammenheng, hvordan dette rammer ulikt, eventuelt hvordan også ulike grupper bidrar ulikt til å skape disse problemene. Og det påfallende fraværet av folk gjør jo også at det blir vanskelig da, å snakke om alle disse tingene. Og vi finner det i hvert fall ikke i disse dokumentene. Og her igjen et eksempel på det teknologiske perspektivet, altså elbiler, ladere, dere vet hvordan debatten går, så tror jeg at noe har skjedd nå da, i strømkrise, og det at i åpningen og faktisk snakke om at her det variasjon. Dette rammer ikke helt likt, det forskjeller. Så her et av sitatene da, som jeg viste dere, et av funnene våre. Dette fra stortingsmeldingen som kommer i klimameldingen som kom i fjor. Og den bygger på da klimakur, som 1200 sider, et sånt kjempedokument du kan slå deg hardt i hodet på og med, men bakerst i et vedlegg til den biten som handler om landbrukspolitikk og hvordan landbrukssektoren kan redusere sine klimagassutslipp, så finner vi at kjønn gjøres relevant i sammenheng med kjøtt. Altså forbruk. Hvem spiser mest rødt kjøtt? Men også at det påpekes her at dette et av de mest kostnadseffektive tiltakene for å kutte klimagassutslipp på, ved å faktisk endre, altså spise i henhold til retningslinjene. Og dette da fulgt opp i stortingsmeldingen, men i klimakur så gjøres det ikke noe, altså det forsvinner i dette 1200 siders dokumentet, det plukkes ikke opp. Man snakker om befolkningen her også som gjennomsnittsnordmannen, altså det blir kjønnsløst likevel da. Selv om dette her det jo veldig tydelig at det finnes. I klimakur så omtales det jo også at kvinner mer villige til å endre kosthold, og at her det forskjeller da, også på alder og geografi. Så det finnes noe, men det plukkes ikke opp. Og så, ja, så spørsmålet da, dette har jeg vi brukt noen år på, og det jo bra dere i farta, det skjer mye, for hvor kan man begynne? Og det jo klimaendringene, de rammer ulikt. Og det tror jeg det jo koblingen til rettferdighet som vi må ha med oss. Og det handler jo også om ikke bare kvinner og menn, det handler jo, siden nå fraværet av kvinner i mange sammenhenger, men altså menn i primærnæringer da, det slår jo ut det også. Det finnes kjønnsdelt statistikk, vi vet noe om forbruk. Her har du et bilde av min kollega Helga med sykkel og barn. Men hvis det hadde vært sånn at menn hadde endret transport, altså måten man transporterer seg, så hadde vi kuttet 30% av utslippene knyttet til transport. Hvis menn ble likere kvinner. Og det her det jo en kobling mellom hva slags levde liv man lever, hvordan man transporterer seg, hvordan man jobber, og så videre. Men så her også, da på teknologi, altså, det ulike, vi bidrar ulikt, kvinner og menn, menn har generelt større klimagassutslipp, klimaavtrykket større, og det knyttet til liksom, transport, som jeg nevnte, bolig, fritidsreiser, men det også her da knyttet tilgangen til, og det interessen for å bruke smart teknologi, og det tenker jeg en sånn kjempeviktig ting å ta inn i det vi snakker videre om alle smarte løsninger, jo det jo også noe som tas inn i en husholdning som allerede, hvor det kjønnede forskjeller. Klimaforhandlingene ble liksom nevnt, og det med representasjon. Her har det jo vært hvor menn har vært overrepresentert. Det jeg tror viktig her liksom å koble det til også sektorene. Da. Hva slags type sektor det som står for de største utslippene, og mannsdominansen i mange av disse. Spørsmålet om hva de grønne jobbene? Hvem sine jobber egentlig grønne allerede i dag? Holdninger. Vi vet at det forskjeller her også. Så nå på en måte dette raske sveip her jo egentlig bare for å vise at det finnes kunnskap. Men det som jeg tenker som viktig å dra inn med knyttet til holdninger, at menn over 30 generelt mindre bekymret for klimaendringer, og at menn under 30 mer bekymret og mer villige til å gjøre noe. Så her det jo også en aldersdimensjon, og det det jeg tenker at med en gang vi drar inn et kjønnsperspektiv, så mener jeg at vi må se, da ser vi jo alle de andre tingene også, som handler om alder, geografi, etnisitet, bakgrunn, altså funksjonsevne, alle de tingene som vi må ha med oss, fordi vi tross alt hele mennesker. Så liksom, vi holder på å avslutte denne artikkelen vår da, og det vi peker på her jo liksom at vi tror jo også at i de FN-dokumentene som finnes, så det viktig å dra inn perspektivet fra det globale sør, sånn at det ikke bare det som skrives fram eksempler fra det globale ja, nå ble det motsatt, men fra det globale sør, at det globale nord må inn i FN-dokumentene. Og der har jo vi en jobb å gjøre, og der det jo skjedd mye også nå, men så jo den konkrete politikken og de konkrete praktiske eksemplene, sånn at de også kan sidestilles der, sånn at man ikke kan fortsette å si at dette virker ikke relevant her, for alle eksemplene her kommer fra det globale sør. Det tror jeg veldig viktig. Det andre mener vi at det et enormt potensial for gender mainstreaming, altså integrere kjønnsperspektiver i norsk klimapolitikk. Altså det jo stort, og det den jobben som må gjøres. Og så kan vi stå på et 8. mars-arrangement som vi var på Litteraturhuset, og alle var liksom skjønt enige at dette viktig. Men når vi bare finner en kobling mellom kjøtt og kjønn fra en stortingsmelding i fjor, så mener jeg fortsatt det en kjempejobb å gjøre å gå fra liksom disse overordnede formuleringene og enighetene til det praktisk-politiske. Så det en ting som vi lurer på, som jeg tenker viktig å fortsette å snakke om. Det her min kollega Grete Holsrud, professor. Men det sånn, hva det noen motsetninger her da, mellom den norske likestillingspolitikken, tanken om vekst, tanken om at liksom hvem skal man være lik med? Fordi hvis vi alle skal bli mer lik menn og ha samme type, liksom, det liksom målet, så ender vi opp i det billige poeng, da, veldig mange store Teslaer. Men det liksom potensielt noen spenninger der også, som jeg tror at vi trenger å diskutere, og det liksom helt på slutten av artikkelen vår, så det på en måte der vi også trenger å jobbe videre. Da. Så det siste poenget mitt her, nå ringer tida, det 10 minutter. Jeg tror at en av de tingene som liksom styrken i det å dra inn og liksom gjøre de koblingene, som man tross alt skal gjøre mellom bærekraftsmål, det å jobbe på ett mål, hvis det hindrer fremgang på et annet, så funker det jo ikke. Altså, da blir det ikke bedre, egentlig i helhet. Det jo liksom det å se folk, det å erkjenne at man bidrar, men også rammes ulikt av klimaendringene. Og at rettferdighet må romme alle disse dimensjonene. Og det jo det som krevende, men det jo der vi har jobben som vi må gjøre, liksom. Takk.
Takk skal du ha.
Ja.
Mathias, giver du mig lidt lyd? Det tror jeg har. Bliver du ikke op hos os?
Jo, jeg vet ikke, hvor jeg skal. Ja.
Og Maja og Julie, vil I ikke komme op og joine her? Så nu går vi nemlig til en rigtig god snak om en god debat om Norwegian climate policies and the Norwegian and Nordic work. Hvordan får vi et meget større kønsperspektiv i klimapolitikken, måske også et klimaperspektiv i kønspolitikken, og hvad kan vi lære? Jeg synes, det var virkelig godt, det du sagde, Åsa Christine, med, for det ser vi jo, at vi skal jo ikke opfinde det hele selv. Vi kan faktisk godt lære hinanden. Det vi har set over de sidste par måneder, det hvordan kan de nordiske lære af hinanden? Men du bragte noget virkelig vigtigt op. Det er, hvordan kan Norden og Norge også lære af det globale syd? For de er faktisk, mange lande er meget videre, end vi er her i Norden. Og det er jo ikke noget, vi godt kan lide i vores selvforståelse generelt. Fordi det plejer jo at være os, der lærer de andre. Men der er a little humility er en god ting her. Med heroppe har vi Anne-Christine, som I har mødt. Så har vi Maja Christine Joma, som er council member og fra det Sami Parlament. En kæmpe kæmper. Selvom du måske ikke er så stor, så er du jo en af de kæmpe kæmpere for indigenous people's rights, og ikke mindst samer. Både rettighed og livelihood. Og det er jo altså både at se konsekvensen i det virkelig levede liv, men også hvordan kan vi så push back against that. Så tak fordi du vil være sammen med os. Og Julie Rødje, leder af Spire. Ja. Det er en miljøorganisation her i Norge, og en udviklingsorganisation, og hun er en stærk stemme for det her. Hun skriver, hun taler, og hun motiverer med rigtig gode eksempler. Og du var også med på COP'en sidste år.
Nej,
det var du ikke.
Det var jeg ikke.
Jeg vil sige, at jeg kunne næsten mærke din energi der. Så,
jeg var i mattoppmøtet, det var et relevant tema.
Ja, men så kommer du med til 27. For det er vel også en af de ting, vi skal have. Vi skal have lidt mere civil society, og vi skal i hvert fald have flere kvinder med i de delegationer, som vi sender til COP'erne. Men lad mig lige først spørge jer alle tre. Og Anne-Christine, du har talt lidt om det. Men kan I lige hver især kondensere på et par minutter, hvad må der gøres? Hvad er det, vi skal gøre lige nu? Og hvordan er det, at vi i Norge, men også resten af verden, skal få det her kønsperspektiv på klimapolitikkerne? Maja, vil du starte?
Ja, Geito. Det første som må skje, det må jo være at både urfolk og kvinner blir inkludert i der beslutningene tas. Det hjelper ikke å bare lytte til hva vi har å si, men faktisk høre og inkludere det i beslutningene. Og jeg synes det er veldig bra at du trekker frem her med rettigheter og menneskerettigheter. Jeg synes det får alt for lite plass i denne diskusjonen når vi snakker om klima og virkninger av klimaendringer. Urfolk og urfolkskvinner kjenner på virkninger av klimaendringer hver dag i dag, samtidig som vi opplever at våre menneskerettigheter som urfolk brytes når klimatiltak settes i gang. Så jeg må bare kommentere bilder jeg har sett tidligere i dag om vindkraft. Jeg får ondt i meg når jeg ser vindkraft med tanke på hvilke konsekvenser det har gitt for samiske familier, overkjøring av menneskerettigheter. Så det må i større grad inkluderes.
Godt. Så vi skal have urfolkenes stemmer med, og vi skal have lyttet til dem, og faktisk også have indflydelse. Godt, og så se på den fra forskellige sider. Tak. Det er i hvert fall en af tingene. Julie?
Ja, jeg er helt enig i alt det som Maja nettopp sa, så trenger jeg ikke å gjenta det. Og synes det var veldig spennende det siste poenget som Åse også kom med. Hvordan skal vi faktisk løse klimakrisa? Skal man alle gjøre det på en måte som er den tradisjonelle rike hvite mann? Er det forbruket, er det livet man skal på en måte hige etter? Fordi man må ha et kjønnsperspektiv i all klimapolitikken. Men skal man også oppnå likestilling for kjønn, for minoriteter på alle måter, så må man gjøre mye mer også for å stoppe klimaendringene og for å bevare natur. Så man må også steppe opp miljøpolitikken ganske mange hakk for å sikre kvinners rettigheter generelt, men ha et gjennomsyrende kjønns- og minoritetsperspektiv i all klimapolitikk og også naturmangfoldspolitikken som gjennomføres. Så det er på en måte, rask vei oppover, men hvor man har en reell inkludering og et reelt perspektiv med seg på alle deler av tiltak som gjennomføres.
Tak. Så ikke bare at få et kønsperspektiv, men også få gender equality op, hvor det burde være.
Ja.
Og også få et løft af selve miljø- og klimapolitikken, fordi det ikke er nok endnu. Og Christine, Du havde en del, men hvis du nu skal lige kondensere det, hvad det så de 3 ting?
Noe av det slående jo den der forskjellen nord-sør, men også når vi da har begynt å jobbe sånn systematisk og gå gjennom hva finnes da, hva slags kartlegging finnes, hvor klima og kjønn kobles, så finnes det jo kunnskap. Så jeg tenker sånn, man kan ikke si at det ikke finnes, eller at det ikke relevant, eller at vi visste ikke, på en måte. Og siden jeg jobber med kunnskap, da, så tenker jeg at den kunnskapen, den må jo inn i forvaltningen, inn til de som tar beslutninger. Og mye klimaforskning har vært veldig naturvitenskapelig, veldig mannsdominert også. Og så har det har skjedd masse der, og de nyeste rapportene fra Ipcc som kommer nå handler jo om folk. De handler om tilpasning, men den tverrfagligheten, det at miljøer kobles, enten altså både sivilsamfunn, men også i forvaltningen, i det politiske, det tenker jeg liksom viktig da, for at den kunnskapen faktisk skal bety noe, da, bidra til endring.
Brug den kunnskap vi har, og få noe mer.
Ja, vi trenger absolutt mer, så liksom, vårt prosjekt jo et EU-finansiert prosjekt, og den eneste grunnen nesten tror jeg til at vi fikk det, var at vi var det eneste som gjorde en kobling, man skulle koble bærekraftsmål nummer 5 med 3 andre. Man kunne enten gjøre det på helse, nummer 3, eller innovasjon, altså nummer 9, eller klima. Og vi var det eneste, vi var et miljø da, med Stockholm Resilience Center som ledet, som gjorde den koblingen. Det kom masse søknader på alle de andre tingene, og masse på helse. Igjen, det liksom den naturvitenskap. Og det kjempeviktig, kvinnehelse. Altså, det handler jo ikke om at ikke det viktig, men det handler jo også om at det har vært få som har gjort den koblingen. Ja. Og det må vi må jo lage, så dette jo liksom disse arenaene, disse stedene, på vår jobb så begynte det med at vi drakk kaffe sammen, og så snakket vi på tvers av ulike, for vi var liksom opptatt av klimapolitikk bredt, men fra ulike ståsteder da.
Spændende. Og det jo sådan nogle hops, man skal have lavet til den der exchange, både sektorkryds, men også issues-kryds. Ikke? Mm-hmm. Altså, Gro, du viser jo den der publikation, som I lavede i 2000 og...
For 10 år siden begynte vi jobben med den.
10 år siden, ikke? Så vi kan sige, det her, det jo ikke nyt, men det har fået en ny revival, og det har fået noget ny viden. Her over de sidste par måneder, hvor jeg har arbejdet med det, jeg samler på gode historier, også i effekten, fordi vi ved jo, hvis der noget, der kan motivere folk, det relevant. Det når jeg føler det på mit eget liv, eller når jeg føler, det er noget, jeg kan forholde mig til. Den der med 1,5 grad eller 2 grader, den svær som menneske at forholde sig til, fordi nogle gange synes jeg, at der lidt koldt, så må det godt blive lidt varmere. Ikke? Men hvis vi nu ser, mænd spiser mere kød, kvinder tager mere offentlig transport, vi har nogle helt konkrete ting, og vi ved også fra hele forskningen, at mænd finder flere tekniske løsninger, hvor kvinder går for behavior change. Så der er nogle ting, vi kan trække på, som vi skal have ind i politikken. Nu har I Gry siddende lige her. Hvad skal hun gå hjem og gøre? Og vi har også en hotline ind til Esben, ikke? Og vi får en minister lidt senere. Hvad skal hun have med hjem? Maja?
Ja, urfolksrettigheter og menneskerettigheter, det må det snakkes mer om, og det må respekteres. Vi har faktisk et lovverk som veldig tydelig på det, så vi må nå, Norge har en forventning, må være det beste i verden, i hvert fall så sier de det, men i realiteten så ser vi noe helt annet over hele Sápmi. Og så det å inkludere tradisjonskunnskap, urfolks tradisjonskunnskap, men og kvinners kunnskap i den sammenheng. Og hvis vi ser på hvem som har forvaltet naturressursene fra lenge tilbake, så det jo urfolk, og vi har mye å bidra der, og det peker også FNs naturpanel på.
Ja. Jeg kan se, at gå under noter, det godt. Julie?
Ja. Jeg tenker vi har kommet et stykke som veldig bra. Da vi i Spire begynte å jobbe med denne kryssningen mellom kjønn og klima i 2017, og snakket med daværende klima- og miljøminister og utviklingsminister, så var det litt sånn nøling, og det var sånn, ja, men dette noe relevant da? Dette noe vi skal snakke om? Så hadde vi møte med Espen Barth Eide før COP, og sa at kjønnsperspektiv viktig. Og da fikk vi til svar, ja, men det jo en no-brainer. Så det jo et bra steg at vi har kommet dit. Men så gjelder det jo at det må faktisk integreres i politikken også. Nå har vi anerkjent at det viktig, vi har anerkjent at det helt nødvendig å ha et kjønnsperspektiv i all klima- og naturpolitikk. Så nå forventer vi jo og håper at det blir integrert også, både nasjonalt i nye handlingsplaner, i arealforvaltning, at man gjør enda mer for å kutte egne utslipp, og ikke minst bidra med økt finansiering til klimatiltak, både kutt i sør, men også tilpassning av klimaendringene som kommer. Og så må jo dette ha da stilles krav til både bistandsaktører og andre som man gir penger til, at de også har et reelt kjønnsperspektiv. For veldig ofte så ser vi gode intensjoner, men så mangler man disse kjønns- og marginaliserte gruppenes perspektiv i det, og da kan man jo også risikere å få rett og slett negative konsekvenser, eller forsterke kjønnsstereotypier. Det har man også sett eksempler i bistandsprosjekt som skal gå til klimatilpassning, og så ender man opp med å ikke ha nok kunnskap, og så forsterker man andre problemer og utfordringer. Da. Ja. Så det tenker jeg jo er veldig viktig. Og at man har et godt samarbeid på tvers med både klimaminister, utviklingsminister og kultur og likestilling, så klart.
Det godt. De skal lige sætte sig ned, og så komme. Men så skal vi også have eksemplificeret, hvad betyder at få en kønslinse, et kønsperspektiv. Fordi det er jo nemt at sige. Jeg kan da også huske dengang, når man sad og lavede projekter i gamle dage, så skulle du også sige, hvad er din miljøpåvirkning? Så sagde man, kryds, den har jeg tænkt på. Jeg tænker lige. Men hvad betyder det faktisk, ikke? Altså de reelle steps. Hvad betyder det? Betyder det med at være med ved bordet? Betyder det, er der nogle bestemte steps, ikke? Så der må vi jo også være som civilsamfund. Jeg kommer fra civilsamfundet, så jeg føler mig meget sådan en del af det, men hvad er det, vi kan komme med? Ja, jeg kan se, at du lige vil sige noget, Julia.
Ja, jeg tænker jo, man må jo ha det stille krav, da, og man må ha det gjennomsyrende i all politikk hele tiden, dette kjønnsperspektivet, og da handler det om også i design, tenker jeg, av program, hvis det er bistandsprosjekter, men også arealforvaltning og klimaprogram, at man må ha alle sine stemmer fra start til slutt, og ikke bare ha en sånn åpen runde med en høring litt sånn på slutten, hvor ting allerede nesten skal implementeres. Og det kan man jo ofte se i ulike politiske beslutninger, uansett hva det gjelder nesten, at man har en litt sånn integrering av stemmer i sluttfasen. Men da er det lite rom for å gjøre noe, reelle endringer.
Altså alle har jo en fortid, og jeg har en fortid fra sivilsamfunn også, å liksom prøve å påvirke politikere, og så har jeg bare blitt forsker for å prøve å påvirke også, med kunnskap. Men det er jo, vi kan jo se da, i april så skal Stortinget vedta den nasjonale handlingsplanen for Norges innsats med bærekraftsmålene. Prøv å sjekke selv om det er, hvor godt er det koblet på tvers av mål i det skrives fram. Ja, det settes opp liksom ulike grupper som skal, altså det er tiltak der, og så får vi jo se også hva det har å si at vi har et nytt storting da, det er vi spent på om det skjer endring, men en av de tingene som man bare skal utkvittere mål 17 på er om kommunene bare har lagt bærekraftsmålene til grunn i sin planlegging. Det er så lett å si det, det er så lett å pakke det inn, men hva er det faktisk reelt, altså bidrar det til endring, eller er det egentlig bare en innpakning av det vi har gjort før? Og der tenker jeg liksom politikere, det å liksom ved 2022, bærekraftsmålene skal være nådd innen 2030. Vi har det kjempetravelt. Og det å liksom gå på jobb hver dag, altså uavhengig egentlig hvor man er, for å prøve å bidra til den endringen da, men og at den skal være rettferdig. Altså det blir ikke en legitim grønn omstilling hvis den ikke er rettferdig. Og det utfordrer jo liksom majoritetssamfunnet, og det må vi også virkelig ta på alvor.
Ja, jeg vil jo si at Sametinget har lyst til å bidra i dette arbeidet, og at vi gjerne vil inkluderes på et tidlig stadie, ikke når alle beslutningene allerede har tatt, men også å være med å forme den veien dit. Så det håper jeg jo at vi kan inkluderes og, ja, mer i fremtiden, at våre stemme som det folkevalgte organet for samer i Norge får en tydeligere stemme i den beslutningene tas.
Maja, kan jeg ikke bede dig om lige at måske bruge lidt tid på at fortælle os om, altså, hvordan påvirker klimaforandringerne dit liv, jeres liv, hvad det hedder, rendrift kvinder?
Ja, det mye. Jeg oppvokst I reindrifta selv. Jeg har opplevd klimaendringene. De veldig tydelige nå på vinteren og på våren.
Hvordan?
Det plutselig mye snø, og plutselig lite snø. Plutselig kommer regn midt på vinteren. Isene dårlig. Det mye vanskeligere å forutse været. Så vår tradisjonelle kunnskap om hvordan været og hvordan reinen vår oppfører seg I samhandling med både vær og vind og landskap, de utfordres. Og så vi kjenner jo både virkningene av klimaendringene, men også av de tiltakene som skal være med å redde klimaet. Og da vil jeg jo si at å nedbygge areal og nedbygge reinbeiteareal som en bærekraftig grønn næring. Det jo det reneste kjøttet som vi har her I landet. Så det motsigende.
Så du mærker simpelthen klimaforandringerne I dit daglige liv?
Ja, I det daglige livet. Også I dag så snakkes det mye om beitekrise I reindrifta, men egentlig så det en klimakrise, rett og slett.
Fortell.
Det at rein får ikke tilgang på maten, fordi at det har regnet og fryst I is. Men det jo en klimakrise, fordi at man merker jo ikke bare på noe på vinteren, men også mot sommeren. Og det jo disse bekymringene om klimaendringene som man kjenner på I dagliglivet. Det jo ofte mannfolkene som ut og gjeter rein, men det jo kvinnene som hjemme og opprettholder husholdninger, familielivet, bekymret for mannen sin som ute på dårlige iser for eksempel, men også på hvordan helsa og økonomien. Så vi får samme ting for veldig mye bekymringer akkurat nå om reineiere som fortvilt, som må jobbe døgnet rundt med å tilleggsfôr, men også familien og kvinner som bærer på en bekymring, ikke bare på seg selv, men resten av familien.
Så det både en trussel på livelihood, altså på jeres økonomi, men også på jeres måde at leve på. Og så selvfølgelig et mental health load.
Ja. Så det menneskelige perspektivet oppi det her, det får litt lite plass, for det snakkes mye om også hvordan vi kan møte denne beitekrisen da, med ekstra bevilgning og penger til fôring, men hva de langsiktige løsningene? Det må vi jo kunne snakke om.
Tak skal du ha. Du har et begreb, og jeg skal nok lige vende tilbage til dig, Julie. Du har et begreb, som du kalder den grønne kolonialisme. Hvad det?
Ja, det det at man blir tvingt ut av sin tradisjonelle levemåte, for eksempel reindrifta, på grunn av grønne klimatiltak, sånn som vindkraft for eksempel. Og det kjenner jeg på hver dag. Jeg oppvokst jeg tilhører Fosen reinbeitedistrikt, der det per I dag pågår et menneskerettighetsbrudd. Vindkraftutbygginga der, som har tatt reinbeiteland, har ført til at vår rett til å drive, altså vår rett til kulturutøvelse krenket. Og det pågår I dag, og det har vi en høyesterettsdom på fra I oktober. Men fortsatt I dag så ser det ut som myndighetene lett vil se på muligheter for å komme seg unna den dommen. Og det skremmende.
Ja. Takk fordi du delte det. Og hvis du har mer, så vender du bare tilbage med det. Julie?
Ja, veldig nyttig å høre på deg her. Jeg opplever jo ofte at når vi snakker med også andre miljøorganisasjoner, da, så for eksempel Fosen ikke så kjent som man skulle tro, det eksempelet. Hvordan samers rettigheter og kvinners rettigheter I norsk miljøpolitikk, det ikke så høyt på agenda eller så mye kunnskap om det, som det man skulle tro og egentlig forvente. Så her jeg jo veldig glad for at man har sånne stemmer som virkelig tar den kampen her, og så får vi som på en måte en mer utviklingsorganisasjon også, som har partnere i det globale sør, på en måte løfte det litt mer frem i utviklingspolitikken, tenker jeg. For måten vi begynte å jobbe med dette, var jo at vår partnerorganisasjon i Malawi har jobbet med dette i mange år. Og så var det folk fra Spire på reise dit og skulle samarbeide om et helt annet prosjekt. Men så hvor mye de jobbet med kjønn og klimaendringer, og særlig opp mot liksom, landbruk og matsikkerhet. Det var liksom deres største og viktigste sak. Hvor jeg endte med å være sånn, og dette er jo noe vi må løfte også, og se på hvor mye det henger sammen. Og hvordan både bistandsprosjekter, men også særlig dette som går på grønn energi. Redd Plus, for eksempel, som har vært et stor norsk bistandssatsning, har jo gått på bekostning av ofte urfolksrettigheter, av kvinner, av lokal matjord, matproduksjon. Vi tar også inngår handelsavtaler som bidrar til ødeleggelse av natur, som de som har hatt denne matjorda, hatt tilgang til skogen, får ingen kompensasjon. Og det igjen og igjen så det urfolk, det kvinner, det marginaliserte grupper som får de aller tøffeste konsekvensene av den politikken. Samtidig som Norge likestillingsforkjemper nummer 1 internasjonalt på den store scenen, så det kvinners rettigheter man kjemper for, man så i front på det, og sier så mye bra og viktig, og gjør mye fint. Men når det ikke gjennomsyrende for klimapolitikken, eller handelsavtaler, eller negative konsekvenser av prosjekt som skal støtte fornybar energi, så faller det sammen. Så man trenger det integrerte perspektivet virkelig i alt man gjør, både hjemme i Norge og i alt utenrikspolitisk da, som man driver med også.
Der ligger Spire jo et meget spændende sted i det, I laver, fordi det både udvikling og klima og kvinder. Og der må man jo sige, hvis vi ser på den nye norske regeringsgrundlag, så der jo både fødevaresikkerhed og køn og klima. Så måske der morgenluft.
Det står så mye fint. Så jeg tenker jo at vi samlet her må jo bare hjelpe dem med å oppnå sine egne løfter og egne mål. For det står kjempemye bra der, men så må det prioriteres, og det må bevilges midler til det.
Og hvordan skal Spire arbejde med det?
Vi skal mase, for det første. Vi kommer til å kreve på en måte, at dette tingene ses i sammenheng i alt vi gjør. Sånn, i går så kom jo den nye handlingsplanen for samtlige bærekraftsmål. Der må både miljø, kvinner, urfolk, alt være gjennomsyrende i all politikk man fører. I arbeid med ny strategi for bærekraftig matsystem, så dette kjempesentralt. Der må det være integrert. Vi må holde regjeringen ansvarlig for det man sier. Og så det jo da veldig fint for oss at de har sagt så mye bra, for da det lettere å forvente politikk som følger det opp videre også.
Accountability, ikke? Ja, det precis. Anne-Kristine?
Jeg bare tenker, en av de tingene som jeg tror også en utfordring her, jo liksom at, og nå skjer det kanskje en sånn gradvis endring ved at statusen til klimapolitikk har endret seg, men det har jo vært at likestilling skal gjennomsyre alt. Det samme skal liksom klima, det skal inn i alle andre steder. Altså de sektorovergripende utfordringer og som må håndteres alle steder hele tid. Altså, det blir jo krevende, ikke sant? Fordi at det Hege Skeie og Marit Seigen, men altså likestillingens vikeplikt, ikke sant? At man må vike for andre hensyn. Man må vike for jobber, man må, veldig liksom sammenlignbart med urfolks rettigheter, ikke sant? At andre ting blir vektet og veid viktigere. Og det jo i det at det blir en utfordring i den praktiske politikken, ikke sant? Hvem har makt? Du snakket om penger, ikke sant? Hvilke knapper må man trykke på da, også for å vise frem de tingene? Det jo lett å liksom være enig på et overordnet nivå, og så hvis vi skal dra inn liksom et rettferdighetsperspektiv i norsk klimapolitikk, da må vi jo snakke om den store elefanten i rommet, det liksom olje og gass. Altså, det blir jo krevende, så man kan jo skjønne at det andre ting. Det lettere da å snakke om elbilladere, eller altså, at man flytter debatten. Da. Og det det jo noen som absolutt tjener på også. Så da tenker jeg at forskning og bidra til å avdekke disse tingene, sivilsamfunn som påpeker disse opplagte manglene og tingene, veldig avgjørende. Da.
Ja, Godt. Jeg håber i hvert fall I bliver, fordi vi skal tale penge lige om
Ja, jeg vet. Det veldig
og
bra.
vi skal også tale politik. Så jeg vil sige tak for et godt program, hvor vi faktisk kommer hele vejen rundt. Og tak for også at pinpointe nogle af de store elefanter i rummet, som vi måske er nødt til, eller som vi er nødt til at tage ind. Jeg vil godt åbne for spørgsmål, hvis I har spørgsmål til det her fantastiske panel. Og jeg håber, det bliver spørgsmål og ikke statements, men hvis der er nogle spørgsmål her, og ellers så fortæller du mig også, hvis der kommer nogen ind online fra. Og har vi en mikrofon, eller vi kan jo godt høre hinanden, men så ved jeg ikke, om de kan høre det på online, hvis vi ikke bruger mikrofonen. Ja, du har mikrofonen. Ja, det er godt. Vil du ikke starte med at fortælle, hvem du er, og hvor du kommer fra?
Mildred fra Fokus, men jeg er bare ansvarlig for mikrofon.
Ja, det er godt. Men du må også godt starte med at stille spørgsmål. Mildred, det er godt.
Skal jeg starte med...
Ja.
Sette oss i gang. Jeg starter, fordi at jeg synes det er veldig bra at vi har så god tid til å gå litt i dybden som vi har gjort her. Og så er det en rød tråd i dette her, og det er rettighetsspørsmålet. Og det er en del av rettighetsspørsmålet som dere ikke har vært inne på til nå, men som jeg tenker er noe som vi i en norsk kontekst og som kvinneorganisasjoner i mange andre land også må være flinke til å bruke, og det er kvinnekonvensjonen. Fordi at når ulike land, inkludert Norge, skal rapportere til Komiteen for kvinnekonvensjonen, så skal de også nå rapportere på kjønnsperspektiv på klima. Fordi at Kvinnekonvensjonskomiteen har laget en spesiell general recommendation på klima og miljø. Og forrige gang Norge rapporterte til komiteen i 2017, så ble det spurt fra komiteens medlem med ansvar for klima og miljø, hvordan Norge så på kjønnskonsekvenser på sin oljeboring, særlig i nord. Og hvor man da fra de som var med egentlig så ut som noen spørsmålstegn, og så endte man med å si dette må vi komme tilbake med skriftlig etterpå. Så spørsmålet mitt er hvordan kan vi være flinkere til å også tekke det rammeverket vi har internasjonalt i det arbeidet som må gjøres, og som dere så godt har snakket om her?
Ja, jeg tenker, jeg blir litt sånn, oi, ja, dette har jo ikke jeg brukt heller, og vi jobber jo masse mot norsk oljeproduksjon, så jeg tror jo her nettopp det at vi snakker sammen mellom miljøbevegelsen, urfolksgrupper, kvinnebevegelsen, vi må snakke mer sammen for å også dele disse tipsene. For jeg husker jo også for eksempel UN Women var jo ute og støttet klimasøksmålet Arktisk, nettopp på grunn av hvordan norsk oljeboring får konsekvenser for kvinners rettigheter, særlig i det globale sør, men også her. Hvor Norge kanskje ble tatt litt sånn på senga, men vi er jo best på likestilling. Har norsk oljeproduksjon noe med det å gjøre? Og det er noe vi også må være mye flinkere til å bruke for å påpeke de sammenhengene og også de lovverkene og de reglene som finnes. Så ja, jeg gleder meg til å samarbeide mer for at vi kan være flinkere til å bruke disse tingene også, fordi vi har jo alle det samme målet. Og det er jo, hva skal jeg si, gode liv for alle og et godt miljø.
Og vi må jo også sige, der er jo noget af det samme omkring koppen. Altså der er selvfølgelig Norges forpligtelser til rapportering på, altså i forhold til FN's kvindekonvention, men vi har jo også instrumenter i forhold til kopperne, hvor der ligger national rapportering. Hvor så vidt jeg ved, så er der jo også et gender focal point der, ikke, i den norske regering, eller norske administration. Ja.
Og det er jo liksom kanskje nettopp det å bringe det ut, ikke sant? At det blir lett at dette foregår, noen vet om det, eller altså det foregår på et nivå som er langt unna, men det er kanskje å trekke det nærmere, for dette utfordrer jo kanskje selvbildet vårt også da, som nasjon, og at det er liksom ubehagelig, men at det trengs. Og det skorter jo ikke på liksom, internasjonale konvensjoner som har blitt signert, men som også må etterleves. Da.
Godt.
Ologito, tusen takk. Jeg heter Aili Geskidalo, og jeg arbeider i Amnesty Norge med urfolk, klima og miljø. Så det her kjente problemstillinger for meg. Jeg vil takke panelet for en spennende samtale. Kanskje spesielt også Kristine Lundberg for denne bevisstgjøringen omkring hvordan kjønnsperspektivet drukner eller blir helt borte eller vanskelig å finne i norsk klimapolitikk. Og det synes jeg bør være en øyeåpner for oss alle. Jeg har først en kommentar, og så har jeg et spørsmål. Og kommentaren går jo litt på det her at det jo forstyrrende og opprørende når man observerer at det vi egentlig forsøker å oppnå, det bærekraftige samfunnet, de grønne arbeidsplassene, bærekraftige næringer, sirkulær økonomi, ikke sant? At klimatiltakene ofte påvirker dem negativt. At vi på en måte bidrar til å kaste ut barnet med badevannet, heter det på norsk. Ja. Sånne observasjoner har jeg gjort med. Jeg var også på det her store matmøtet i Roma sammen med Julie i fjor sommer. Og der opplevde vi jo som ungdomsrepresentanter, som urfolksrepresentanter, at våre bærekraftige matsystemer, det dem som skal bli borte for å gjøre plass for bærekraftige matsystemer. Altså det store paradokset, det noe vi må få mer fokus på, at det finnes arbeidsplasser, det finnes næringer, det finnes matsystemer som allerede bærekraftige og som må beskyttes. Og blant dem jo urfolksnæringer, urfolksmatsystemer. Og vi hører jo her mer om at vi som kvinner faktisk har sannsynligvis en livsstil som mer i tråd med det man forsøker å oppnå. Så det bør være en øyeåpner. Og så har jeg lyst til å stille et spørsmål til Maja. For jeg har jo arbeidet med likestillingspolitikk i det samiske samfunnet. Og noe av det vi har lært de siste årene, det jo dessverre at samiske kvinner opplever mer vold enn andre kvinner i det samme geografiske området. Jeg vet at Sametinget nylig har debattert nettopp det med vold mot kvinner og vold i nære relasjoner. Og jeg lurer på om hun har gjort seg noen tanker om hvordan den egentlig veldig ekstreme situasjonen hun beskriver med stress, press, bekymring, sosiale både og psykiske og helsemessige konsekvenser, hvordan det kan påvirke, og kanskje bidra til både konflikter mennesker imellom, og også i familier.
Og tak, fordi du også drog attention til både mad og summit og nogle af de konsekvenser.
Mm-hmm. Ja, psykisk helse, det tror jeg har nok klimaendringene har nok større påvirkning på den psykiske helsen mer enn hva vi tror, og egentlig mer enn hva vi tørs å tro. Og ettervirkningen av dem, det jo katastrofalt, og det jo et samfunnsproblem som vi har i Sápmi. Og hva gjør man når man har det dårlig? Og hvis klimaendringene og bekymringene knyttet til det gjør til at man har det dårlig, det jo et kjempeproblem. Og da kan man jo ty til rusmidler for eksempel, eller man blir deprimert, man kan ty til vold. Og hvem det går ut over? Det jo den nærmeste familien og den og i nære relasjoner. Så vi har jo veldig drastiske tall med vold mot samiske kvinner. Halvparten av samiske kvinner har opplevd vold. Og vi har jo nettopp behandlet en sak om det i Sametinget, der vi fikk høre mange forskjellige innlegg fra representantene. Og mye av dette gikk jo på det presset man opplever ellers i hverdagen. At gjør det til at vi opplever mer vold? Og det sånne ting vi må se på. Og det ble tatt opp særlig her med arealinngrep og arealpress. At man har sånn konstant press på seg hele tiden, og veldig bekymret om man egentlig har en fremtid i den levemåten man har en fremtid i reindrifta. Så det et samfunnsproblem, rett og slett, som vi må ha med oss i dette her når vi snakker om klima. Sammenhengen nok koblingene der nok større enn hva vi tror.
Og igen, tak fordi at vi får den der holistiske tilgang til det. Altså det her, det handler jo ikke bare om tekniske løsninger. Det synes jeg, hvis der noget i den her debat, som altså med mange andre ting også viser, det handler jo ikke om, at vi skal have noget mere teknologi alene. Det ikke det, der kan løse det. Og derfor bliver kønsperspektivet, det hele kønsperspektiv, også enormt vigtigt. Vi har et sidste spørgsmål, og så har vi en lille pause.
Tusen takk. Kristine Bjartnes heter jeg, jobber i sex og politikk. Så jeg tilhører jo sivilsamfunnsorganisasjonene som jobber med kvinners rettigheter og med seksuelle rettigheter. Jeg lurer på hvordan sivilsamfunnsorganisasjonene som jobber med klima og miljø, hvordan de stiller seg til å jobbe med et kjønnsperspektiv, om de gjør det i dag, og hvordan vi som tilhører kvinnebevegelsen kan tilnærme oss miljøorganisasjonene på en god måte. Takk.
Hvem vil starte?
Ja, skal jeg starte som miljøorganisasjon? Vi samlet jo masse miljøorganisasjoner og kvinnebevegelsesorganisasjoner til en samtale om temaet når vi drev og jobbet med en kampanje om dette temaet i 2017. Og da var det mange spørsmålstegn av de vi inviterte. Veldig mange var, hvorfor skal vi jobbe med dette her? Hva viktig? Hvorfor hva? Og vi fikk en veldig liten interesse, både hos kanskje særlig mange miljøorganisasjoner, men også litt hos en del kvinnerettighetsorganisasjoner. Men så fikk vi gjennom Kvinnekamp er klimakamp som en av hovedparolene på 8. mars. Og da kom jo hele miljøbevegelsen med, og var med, og har på en måte brukt dette slagordet, med hver eneste 8. mars, virkelig ta det i bruk. Men jeg ser lite politikk hos mange organisasjoner. Kanskje blir det name-droppet litt, sånn som man ser ellers også, men det er litt det som Ås-Kristine var inne på, at når kjønn eller sosiale rettigheter generelt skal være overalt, når det skal gjennomsyre alt, så forsvinner det fort. Så det å få det mer konkret tror jeg vi alle har godt av. Vår egen organisasjon også trenger å jobbe videre med dette. Og jeg tror mer dialog er viktig, og faktisk ha en litt sånn diskusjon også. Veldig fint start denne dagen i dag, hvor vi virkelig møtes og kan prate sammen. Og så tror jeg vi må ha litt sånn samtaler også, hvor vi sitter litt sånn, hvordan skal vi gjøre dette her med penn og papir og diskutere og komme frem til noe mer konkret? Det tror jeg hadde vært kjempenyttig.
Der tror jeg også, vi kan lære rigtig meget fra andre steder. Altså, jeg kan godt lide din mindre polemik, mere politik. Men hvis vi for eksempel ser på Canada, der har der jo lavet simpelthen en institutionaliseret gender analysis, som skal ligge på både på alt politik, men også på rigtig mange fælles aktiviteter. Så der ligger nogle gode tools værktøjer.
Jeg tror jo at mange sivilsamfunnsaktører ser verdien i å bygge allianser og kunne forenes på tvers av ting. Men en av de tingene jeg har brukt en del tid på er å forstå norsk verneforvaltning, og det er liksom mye menn, 60 pluss, hvite, grønnkledde. Det er jo, og tradisjonelt klassisk naturvern. Det er jo en del, hvis vi snakker om de store tunge demokratiske organisasjonene, Og det jo kanskje å utfordre de da, og nå har jeg liksom en oppvekst I miljøbevegelsen, så jeg kan jo si det også da, men ikke sant? Og det har jo noe å si hvem som sitter ute I lokallagene, hvem som de drivende, hvem som bruker all tida si, fordi at de kanskje har mulighet ved å være pensjonister og liksom kjører noen saker, og så det unge kvinner som kommer inn, og så blir det ikke mer enn en periode I det styret, for alle møtene lagt I liksom leggetid. Altså det jo en del strukturer også der, som jeg tenker at dere må utfordre de tilbake på, for de burde jo vært her alle sammen. Liksom, miljøbevegelsen må jo også kjenne sin besøk, og nå snakker jeg ikke om styret, for dere gjør den koblingen, og det må jo flere gjøre. Men som jeg liksom opplever I større grad liksom koblingen mellom noe av miljøbevegelsen og urfolks rettigheter, da, som I hvert fall, og så kan det sikkert være mye mer som trengs, men det I hvert fall en av de tingene som jeg tenkte har vært liksom positive endringer, da, som jeg tenker at også må bygges videre på, da.
Maja, du får det siste ord, så skal vi ha en pause.
Ja, vi jobber jo mot de samme målene, alle hop, og alle som her har jo et engasjement for det. Så det jo, når man har samme mål, så har man jo ulike inngangspartier. Og de inngangspartiene må jo samsnakkes mer. Det å dra styrkene av hverandre, det har jeg absolutt tro på. Og jeg jo omringet av sterke kvinner, og også mye sterke samiske kvinner som jeg takker hver dag for at som står på og gir en motivasjon til å fortsette. Men jeg gleder meg til resten av dagen også, til å følge dere og få mer innspill, for her tror jeg vi trenger å snakkes og møtes.
Det godt. Takk skal I ha. Fordeling for hva I har gjort, men endnu mere for hva I vil gøre. Også sammen. Godt, tak skal I have. Og så har vi en 15 minutters pause, så vi mødes, der lige chokolade til alle, så vi mødes klokken 20 minutter I 11.
Earth, our only home. Invaluable, but not invulnerable. Are we too late to save it? Climate change is making our world more dangerous, more fragile, more unequal. In these uncertain times, women and girls face a disproportionate threat of displacement, poverty, and violence. But women and girls are also a powerful force in climate action. As innovators in green energy, as defenders of the environment, and as educators of our generation and the next. Gender equality is not just a woman's issue. It's the path to our survival. So it's not too late to invest in climate action by and for women. Not too late to empower women entrepreneurs and decision makers at home. Not too late to give voice and power to this next generation of Earth's champions. It's not too late to demand commitments to build an equal and enduring future for all. Championing climate action by and for women and girls is the key to saving our planet. Join the fight for gender equality today, so that together we can create a sustainable tomorrow. It's not too late.
It is not too late. So now we're going to go international, and I'm going to switch back to English. And we are getting to the money. Climate, finance, and gender-just solutions. How does that connect? Yes, as we said in the beginning, when we talk gender justice, we have to talk about money, and we need sometimes to shout about money. There's this popular saying that is, follow the money, if you want to see if people are serious, or if you want to say, if the rhetoric is followed by action. And let's just be frank, we don't always see that. That the toasts for gender and kønsperspektiv and all of that is not always followed by action and funding. With me, I am thrilled to have three people who know a lot about funding, a lot about financing, and a lot about money. It's Tina Salvet, who is Senior Advisor in Sustainable Finance at Nordic. We have Ylva Lindberg. She's your Executive Vice President of Strategy and Communication at Nordfond. And we have Sasha Gabison, Executive Director, Women Engage for a Common Future. And you've been working on money for a long time, and also with a gender perspective. So, to all of you, short and sharp, why do we need a gender lens to climate financing? Tina, will you start?
I think it's obvious, because the thing of controlling the money flows, the cash flows, actually gives you power. And we can't give all that power to men, can we? So I think it's very important that women are put in leadership positions, are put in leadership positions for controlling the money, so we could actually decide how our future will look like ourselves. That was short.
Very short and sharp. Thank you very much. Ylva, why is it that we need that gender lens?
Well, I agree with Tina that it is obvious. And the key reason why it's obvious is that the scale of the challenge and the pace at which we need to try and solve the challenge when it comes to the climate crisis, it can't be done if you just draw on 50% of the brains and 50% of the resources, right? So I think that's the overarching answer. And then I think you can have a second piece of the answer, which is that there's a really good business case for doing so. And we're seeing more and more data coming out that more gender equality, more gender diversity in the places where the big decisions are being made is essential in order to make the right decisions. And I also believe that we need to make sure that the large-scale solutions are also profitable, because if we don't, we're never going to be able to go as big and as fast as we need to.
Thank you. Sasha.
Yeah, I think for us from civil society, it's really about women's rights. It's about gender justice and about climate justice. And we see, of course, that most of the historic emissions come from the global north. We have caused this crisis. But the Ipcc report, and Emilia will talk more about that later on, which just came out, has an entire chapter on who are the hardest hit and who need most help. And women, marginalized groups, indigenous peoples, are the ones who are suffering the most from the climate crisis, but have the least opportunities to really, or opportunities, possibilities, legal possibilities, whatever possibilities to address the crisis they're in. And so climate funding has to also bring in that gender justice aspect and also reach really these local women and these local groups who are suffering the most. And who have often the solutions, because I think that's the interesting thing as well. We have a lot of traditional knowledge and traditional women's indigenous knowledge, which can bring solutions for the climate crisis. So yeah, I can tell you more about it. I'm just back from a month in Kenya, and I've spent some time with the most marginalized women.
Before you do that, can you just give us a couple of pointers about how bad it is right now in terms of funding for women's groups and also in the climate perspective?
Yeah, I mean, the most shocking figure is probably that even though we have hundreds of billions already committed by global north, especially countries, for climate funding, out of that only 0.01% really tries to combine climate and gender goals. We know that this needs to be changed. We know that the EU has set a target of 85% of all their funding, including climate funding, should have one gender dimension. But then if you really look at it, what does it mean? It means that only 5% of that funding might now get as a main aim to also have gender equality as a result. So I think we're very far away still from having gender-responsive climate finance.
So it's an absolute no-brainer, but it's not happening.
No.
Can I just add one thing, Katja? I think to your point on funding, I mean, we are seeing some real challenges now for the companies that Norfund invests in especially the least developed countries, right? Because firstly, they are the ones most vulnerable to climate change, as you said, and they had no cause in the problem, right? Secondly, they've now faced COVID and the implications of that. And now thirdly, we're seeing the repercussions of the war in the Ukraine on these countries through increased food prices, increased energy prices, increased fertilizer prices. So, they really have at least a triple whammy. And what this is also doing, it's adding a risk premium to investment. So yet again, we're probably going to see funding going out of these countries where it's actually needed the most.
Good. Would you just kind of give us your pitch on what's Norfund doing so we all know?
Yeah. So Norfund is what's called a development finance institution. So we are an investor. We invest for development and job creation. That's our overall mission. But the way that we invest is on commercial terms. So we're set up to deliver on a development ambition, but the tool is market-based investments. So we invest together with others, always in a minority. And by doing so, by investing in companies that can be profitable, we can then sell those companies, recycle the funds, and reinvest them. So just by way of illustration, last year we invested 3 times as much as we were allocated over the development aid budget. A lot of what we do is climate-related in renewable energy, but we also invest in financial institutions, where, of course, climate and gender are both very important, and in agri and manufacturing and through funds. We have around 28 billion Norwegian kroner or so of assets under management. When it comes to climate and gender, those are cross-cutting issues for us, so it's something that we consider in all of our investments in different ways depending on the types of investments that we do. But it is something that's important for us across everything that we do. And I can get into that in more detail. That's just a kind of high level.
You will do that.
Yeah.
I think it's also very important to look at when you invest in climate, the energy transformation we are doing or transition. Because what we know from before and actually moved the wrong way during the COVID, like you talked about as well, was that the access to clean energy or clean electricity is very important to increase the living standard. And what we have seen that a lot of illnesses from home has come from using not exactly coal in their homes. So it was moving in the right direction before the COVID started. But then we see people have been stuck at home, you can't travel that much, investments have been going down in the energy sector. So what we need to do is to invest much more in climate-friendly energy, because it's important to have access to electricity, both for women at home, but also the general thing of having access to electricity, so you can spend less time at home and be more able to go to schools, universities, jobs, for example.
Let's get back to that. But also, Tina, sustainable financing in Nordea, which is what you're responsible for. What is that?
What is that? Yes. What we're working with is, well, when we look at sustainable finance, I think all finance should be sustainable in the future. Because it is in a way obvious that we shouldn't only look at the return we have on investments. We shouldn't only look at the financial returns, we also have to look at the social returns we have on investments. And that is what we have started to do. I have worked a lot with climate questions, and what we're trying to do is also to incalculate the negative effects of climate changes. That is something we haven't done in the financial sector before. So when you put a price on, could be anything, you don't include the negative or the externalities of doing the business the way we used to doing business. So now we're changing that. We're trying to incalculate the externalities, the negative consequences of the actions we do. And of course, it's not easy, but that is what we've started on. One thing is climate, but it's also social aspects. So in doing so, we hope that we could move the money, the capital flows, in the direction that actually is supporting the UN sustainability goals and the Paris Agreement, because far too much money has actually gone the wrong direction, supported solutions that is not for the future. So to be able to do that, you have to measure the way we measure risk and opportunities differently, and that is exactly what we're trying to do.
So it's using the system that has caused a lot of the problems, a short-term capitalist system, but actually use it for good.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do.
So yes, I do agree with you that all financing should be sustainable.
All financing should be sustainable. So that's the goal, I think. Yeah.
Right. Thanks.
Can I challenge that slightly, though? Because I think we shouldn't just use the system that caused the problem to now solve the problem, but we need to change the system to make sure that it's set up differently, right? And I think the development finance institutions are a good example of that, because instead of saying, you know, we'll keep on going, maximizing for profit, and then we know that there are some few bothersome stakeholders asking us to take care of gender and climate and so on, but let's try to do as much as we need to, but not much more. Or to say climate, gender, and so on is just a tool in order to maximize returns. But instead of doing that, saying the actual purpose and the aim of what we do should be to drive towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And then profitable investments are a tool to get there. Because if the investments aren't profitable, if the companies that we invest in lose money, they're not going to have any impact whatsoever, right? So they need to be viable, sustainable, and profitable. But we need to put purpose first, and then profit is a tool to get to purpose rather than the other way around.
Purpose definitely needs to be at the center.
Yeah, and if I can come in here, I mean, a lot of the climate finance is loans. They have to be paid back. We have seen that Global South countries are highly indebted already, and that they're put under terrible pressure to even further break down their social security programs from the IMF, etc. So more loans is also really problematic. We need much more grant support. We need loss and damage payments to really pay back for the damage done by the Global North. And that cannot be loans. That needs to be also public funding in the form of public grants. So I think looking at these coming back from Kenya, looking at the situation there, you have already real climate impacts in the country. You have more droughts, you have more floods, and therefore more small-scale farmers, 70% of which are women, who have no harvest, who have no income, who have no insurance, who then will have to sell their land, take their children out of school, choose between food and medicines, and more they also come to the slums. So we were doing a documentary movie with women living in the most marginalized situations, and we spent some time with Winifred, who is a waste picker in the biggest slum of Nairobi, and her family was such a family. They lost their lands, they immigrated from the rural areas, and you have 5,000 to 7,000 people who every day live on this huge waste mountain, which is as big as from the central station to the port to the palace. It's a huge area. And what do they do there? They come to find food. They come to find food, most of all. And you have these big cars full of, baby diapers full of shit, and then you have the plastic waste, and then you have food, leftover food. And they will take it out of there, and they will feed their families. That's how they survive. Because there is a lack of social security. And that's, I think, the first thing we need. We need to understand that the care cannot be on the backs of the most vulnerable women. Care is a responsibility of governments, including governments of the North, and we need to make sure that when we finance, we don't only finance loans to businesses, but also public funding for the care economy, taking that burden of these women like Winifred on this huge waste mountain. And I mean, the sad thing is that these waste mountains are emitting lots of toxic fumes and greenhouse gases. As you know, the waste sector is one of the big areas of waste, of greenhouse gas emissions. If you burn plastics, you burn carbon, you burn oil, right? So and there's more and more plastic in our waste. So these waste mountains are supposed to be cleaned up with climate funding. So then there are, deals being made to find investors who will give loans to clean up these waste mountains. But what about these women like Winifred, who live there, who are waste pickers? How do you make sure there is a just transition in which these most marginalized of the marginalized then can get a better job and another way to survive? At the moment, they are left out. And so we were talking to the Waste Pickers Association and the feminist organizations, and these groups are the ones who are standing up for the rights of these most marginalized, and they're saying, hey, your climate funding, it should also really come to this just transition. We need you to make sure that we create an entirely new way of funding this transition, and that it really is based on the idea that we need to fund a lot more public funding for loss and damage, and for the care economy, and only then can we be successful with also the business, the business proposals which then come after that.
Great, thank you. Thanks for putting that dimension in.
Yeah, so I share, I think, your description of the problem to a large extent. And I saw some of it just a couple of weeks ago when I was in Malawi, which is one of Norfund's core countries to invest in. And we saw the same thing. I mean, we spoke to small-scale farmers who normally they get their rains in November. This season, the rains came first on the 4th of January, right? So people had been sowing in November, the rains didn't come. The lucky ones had enough money to sow again in January, but most didn't, right? So the situation is really precarious. Similarly, during a visit to Ghana late last year, I also saw the situation for the waste pickers. So I think that description of the problem I share, but I think when it comes to solutions, we can't say that loans and investments are not part of the problem. We need to see this as an ecosystem. I don't think that commercial investments are a solution for Winifred, right? She probably needs other types of solutions. But in order to solve the situation for the small-scale farmers, but also the waste problem overall, I do think that you need DFI type of funding and investments. In Lilongwe, we've invested in a dairy. This is a family-owned dairy, which is now doing, several things. First of all, it's reducing imports. A country like Malawi actually imports milk products from countries like Australia and New Zealand. It's crazy, right? So building up local capacity. And then sourcing from small-scale farmers. So farmers who have 1 or 2 cows. Currently, there are about 10,000 of them who then get a stable, secure income, and they get training, including on climate-related issues, so that they can actually have a sustainable livelihood. So commercial investment is then supporting these small-scale farmers as well. Now, I'm not saying these commercial investments are the only solution, but they're a big part of the solution. And to your point on the waste challenge, we agree, which is why we've established a new investment area, which is called green infrastructure. Waste is a big part of that. It's incredibly difficult to find investments in that area. So we're still working hard to do it, but hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have 1 or 2 investments in that space. But they will have to complement the kind of bottom-up support that Winifred gets, right? One doesn't exclude the other. We need to play together in that ecosystem.
And that's a collaboration because we're both talking private and public funding here. Tina?
Because also we need to see how we could, if we could get these into some kind of economic cycles as well. I know they had one startup testing out that was in India on the beach, where you could actually collect plastic, return it to a company that would recycle it, and then you got money in or tokens in return. So to start to make this small, economic cycle. So first of all, you need, in the long term, we need to get rid of these streams where actually the garbage comes from. But in the meantime, especially plastic, we got a very important plastic deal set. It was 1 or 2 weeks ago. So I think these kind of solutions, if we can look at how we can, solve these climate problems and in the same time start to make some economics out of it in small scale, I think it's very important. So also, I think thinking cyclically or thinking circular economy here is important because we need to reuse much more of the materials we're using. So looking at business ideas within that, this is in the starting point now, but we need to be much better to do so, because it's not only a climate problem, it's a nature problem as well. So how could we actually use the different input factors, the metals, the commodities more than once? We know that, for example, electrical products, such as mobile phones, such as computers, I think I read in the an article saying that approximately 4,500 Eiffel Towers of weight of electric garbage is thrown out in the nature every year, or is garbage. Imagine if we could reuse that. So the headline for this was, where should be the next Klondike or gold rush is not in Klondike, it's on the garbage mountains. So, finding the way of reusing and not create as much garbage and waste as we have is also important. So, because then a lot of these will end up in poorer countries' system.
There's an element I have not heard any of you speak about yet, but that we know is extremely important in both gender financing, but also climate financing and financing the whole social system, and that's taxes.
I'm happy to talk about taxes.
Yes, please do.
But you're absolutely right that generating taxes is essential in order to build up the education services, the health services, and so on in developing countries. And in Norfund, we track and measure and publicly report on the taxes that are paid by our investees. So we don't have the numbers yet for 2021, but for 2020, around 14 billion Norwegian kroner, if I recall correctly, was paid in taxes and fees from our portfolio companies, which is, pretty close to half of the it was 17 billion Norwegian kroner, which is pretty close to half of the Norwegian development aid budget. Right? And that is a very important development effect from the companies that we invest in. We have a very clear tax policy also saying that the companies that we invest in, they can't do tax planning for tax avoidance purposes. and the requirements on transparency and other matters. So it's something which sometimes is controversial. It's not always easy to get all investors to agree on how to deal with these disclosure requirements. But it's important, and as you were saying, it's essential for these countries.
Yeah, and it's essential for countries both that private people pay it, but definitely that businesses pay it. And there, I think, you sit in a fantastic place also to argue for that. Because if we want social sector, it's proven that one of the biggest changes for gender equality is the proper payment of taxes and building up a public system where you can get the health, the education, and some of those elements.
Yeah. No, I mean, these export zones in Kenya where, companies are brought in with the promise of not paying taxes for several decades is, of course, a big problem. Yeah? So it's so important that companies who are investing, that they count with paying the due taxes. And I think that's also very important because we need to make a difference between taxes which have a positive impact on gender equality and those that don't. And we see, for example, that value-added tax often has a negative impact on gender equality because it will specifically burden already the marginalized groups on things like food or sanitary napkins or things like that. So it's really very important that the idea shifts to, yes, we're not, we don't need to have companies who pay no taxes. We need companies who pay the taxes and take their environmental responsibilities and take their social responsibilities. And if not, we don't need these type of investors.
Good. Let's get back to climate financing with a gender lens. I know it was me who took a detour, so no, I'll take it on me.
I think one important thing which has been starting now is the reporting, transparency, because you need to know where the money is going. Which companies are we investing in? Which companies are we lending money to? And reporting on these issues is one important step which has been started. So more and more companies are measured out from an environmental, social, and governance structure. So all companies we invest in is measured out of these ESG, environmental, social, and governance measures. They get a score, and based on this score, it will be measured how much money you could get access to, what price you pay on this money, and some companies might not get access at all. Because it's so important that we're actually trying at least to find the right companies to support. And we are starting as a bank to be measured out of these measures as well. So we are companies are measuring us. If we want to be their partner, we have to deliver on these issues as well. And I think from the financial sector, where could we actually make a change? It's not really, well, of course, what we are doing ourselves and asking questions. But most of the money we're handling are for other people in the investment portfolio funds, either the lending funds or investment funds. So we could be a good nurturer. So when we start to ask questions, starting to require things from companies, of course that will have an impact. If it's enough, probably not, but it's a start. And I think for you as well, if you want to buy stuff or you buy services, if you buy products, or if you where you invest your money, is so important because money is power. So let's see that this power is used right. So more transparency in the whole production chains. I think we should be or push forward to get.
Yeah. And thanks for bringing up ESG. I've been working with some of the big banks on the whole ESG investment, economic, social, and governance. That where under governance is often where you put in: are there women in leadership in a company? Are there equal pay? Are there, kind of some of those elements, but also on the environmental side. And it's been very interesting to see, and coming back to one of your previous comments, Tina, a lot of the people who have developed these frameworks in the banks are women, and a lot of the portfolio managers who actually sit and oversee it are women, and they have tremendous good returns. So What happens when women control the money flow?
Well, so far we have seen only positive results. So we actually have a gender fund, which is focusing that also, is on how much or the equality.
How big is that compared to the others?
It's a start, I must admit, but it's doing well. But it's a start to see how, because we wouldn't know before we're starting, and then you can measure. But so far it's doing well. But then they have certain criteria. For example, that you have to have certain amount of women in the leadership positions within different companies. And I'm not working with funds, but I know
how big is the gender fund you have?
I'm not sure. Okay. I don't work with funds, so
all right.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Go and nudge it to be bigger.
No, but I think more that is one specific issue. But I think to have more ESG-based funds is even more important. So we don't have only one issue here. And that is growing in popularity, and I think that will be the base. It should be the base, the standard for funds. But the openness, to be transparent, is so key, important.
So to Sasha and Ilva, what happens when women control the money?
Well, we work with grassroots women who are doing also great, what we call gender-just climate solution projects. For example, we have in DRC a group of women from the Pygmy indigenous community. They've always been discriminated, they have never been taken seriously, and they have never had land tenure rights and control. A lot of their forests are being sold under pressure for mines, for logging, etc. And so they have worked on mapping how these women have been working in these forests and how they have secured food security for their populations. They use the forest for food. They don't cut the trees. They have caterpillars in the trees and they'll eat the caterpillars, things like that. So, but this was never valued. This was not an investable project. And so I think through we have a project called Gender Just Climate Solutions, which has an award system, a mentoring system, and a small scale-up fund. We can help such groups to get their rights. So they managed to get land tenure rights for these Pygmy women communities from the provincial government. Now they need to get it also from the national government. Similar projects in South Africa, in Cameroon, where really these projects are improving food security, improving women's rights in the legislation, but also reducing early marriage, whatever, gender-based violence, because the projects are supporting the women's leadership in these type of initiatives, which for them are the most important because it brings them income and food security. So I think these are great projects. We're working with the UN CTCM, which is based in Denmark, the Center for Technology Transfer and Networking. And they are helping to also see, can we scale up and replicate these type of projects? They're either, many of them are around food security, but also many are on recycling. And there's some really great projects on recycling where you see, okay, we don't need plastics. If we use the waste from the banana leaves, we can make alternative pots and plates and things like that. And there is a local market for it. You don't have to import it from China, right? So, and you're creating income and you're dealing with a waste problem. So many amazing projects. But we see that these type of projects are too small to get any climate funding. You know, we can knock on the door of the Green Climate Fund, which is the public, international climate fund. They start at 10 million. At the moment, there is no microfinance or small finance opportunity to benefit from these type of public funds. So we would like to see much more of the existing billions going to these type of initiatives. And and so we have an entire network and sharing of these good practices and trying to get funding for them.
So a really good example of climate funding that has tremendously social and environmental positive effects.
Absolutely.
Yeah. How do we scale it? That's a question for Nordfond.
Yes, and I think it's also a question for how do we make this ecosystem work as well as it can, right? Nordfond has one role in that ecosystem as a minority investor in existing companies. And then I think there needs to, the microfinance institutions that we invest in, for example, they are organizations that typically would fund some of the smaller scale projects. So this all needs to function in a system, right? And I think it's important to be very clear about what can you do and what can't you do. You know, the Norfund should do what it does well and not try to stretch and do everything else, because then we won't succeed. So it's about understanding your role in the ecosystem, I think. But Katja, also to your question on what happens when women control the money.
Just 1 second.
Yeah?
It sounds as if you need a bilateral conversation afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, that's the purpose of these kinds of gatherings, right?
Exactly.
To get the bilateral conversations also going. Some of you may remember, I think this was back in 2008 or so, where there was a report developed called Vision 2050. And the conclusion there was, in order to get to a sustainable future, the most important tool is women's economic empowerment. So that's, I think, an overarching answer to your question of what happens when women control the money. But I'd also like to pick up on what the deputy ministers said earlier, and I noted it down. She said something like, you know, success is measured through effect on women's daily lives, right? And one thing is to talk about, you know, principles and capital flows, which I'm very much engaged with, but it's also to then say, what does this mean on the ground, right? And just a couple of examples on what it means for us. A company called Greenlight Planet, which is distributed solar systems in sub-Saharan Africa and in Asia. We have a loan or 2 loans to that company, and parts of the conditions on that loan, they're linked to a gender key performance indicator, right? So if they deliver well on their gender key performance indicator, they get more favorable terms on their loan. So that's just one example of how you can do it in practice, right? It doesn't work for every company, but it works for quite a few. We spoke about Malawi earlier today. We have an agricultural investment there in a company called Farming Engineering Services, a kind of tech company in many ways, doing precision farming and drone technologies, which sounds a bit strange for Malawi, one of the world's poorest companies, but it's very important to improve the efficiency of farming. And they have more than half of their drone pilots are women. And quite a few of their lead scientists are women, right? So it's not just about small-scale women farmers, but it's about having women in the decision-making positions and some of the kind of traditionally male-dominated positions as well, right? So taking our gender equality ambitions and then seeing what does that actually mean on the ground and how does that translate into women's economic empowerment.
That's great.
Can I ask a question about you know, if you get a loan from NORAD and you are a women
Norfund.
Norfund, sorry.
Very
Norfund.
different. NORAD and Norfund are quite different, yeah.
And I would like to invest it in my farm. Do I need to have already the ownership of my land or another, you know, equity to be able to get that loan, or do you?
So that's a really important question, right? Because the types of solutions that you're talking about is not within the remit of Norfund. Okay. So we're set up to invest in companies.
Right.
So we don't start projects or invest in, say, individual farms. We'll invest in a company like Lilongwe Dairy, which will then source from the local farmers, right? Okay. So we invest as a minority shareholder in companies together with local entrepreneurs, local investors. So we are in a slightly different part and a later part of the ecosystem than what you're describing.
But isn't it more difficult for women to be able to get a loan from you even if they have a company because they might just have less capital and less equity?
Potentially, yes. I think that's true. And this is something that we're finding that many of the men in many of the founders of companies in sub-Saharan Africa, as many of the founders of companies in Norway, they tend to be men, right? So, but we don't give money to a man who owns a company, right? We invest in a corporate structure in a company with then a CEO and a board and a management team. Sometimes we also then go in and encourage them to, say, change the management team. And I have one example, which is Arnergy, a renewable energy company in Nigeria, where when we went in as an investor, we together with others said, we need you to strengthen your human resources work. We also asked them to appoint a board director and said we'd strongly prefer if it was a woman. That was the case. They then appointed a new chief financial officer, also a woman, a black woman. She resigned, was replaced with another black woman. So these are the kind of things, the type of changes that we can influence. But you're right, I mean, structurally on the subcontinent, a lot more founders, a lot more of the folks with money are men.
Yeah. But a lot of the DFI go in and put requirements down on either who you pick or how the companies they pick has to develop. I just want to have a question for you, Ylva. What do you find to be the most challenging from where you sit when working with gender equality, also with the climate, or kind of a gender equality through the climate financing?
So I think part of the challenge is taking the good intentions and ambitions and translating them into real results on the ground, right? Because when you sit up here, you can think, well, you know, why don't you just have a requirement on 50% women here, and then you do this, and then you do that. But when we are a minority investor, we need to bring along others with us, so we can't just come in and unilaterally decide. And it's also something about making this sustainable in the company, because if we come and impose something on the company, it's much less likely to be integrated and taken seriously than if we work together with the company over time to change something. So I think it's reconciling our ambitions with the process that it actually takes to get things going on the ground. So that's probably one of the most difficult challenges. I think maybe one of the challenges has also been, how do we, as a development finance community, define our ambitions on this? And what's the motivation? Is it purely the business case? Is it the moral case? Is it because people are expecting us to do something? And I think in my head, it's all of the above, right? We know that there's a business case. We know that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, our owner, expects us to do this. But I personally also think that it is the right thing to do. When we control capital flows in the way that we do, in markets where we know that women's rights are challenged, we know that there's a lack of women's economic empowerment, we have a moral duty to move that needle also.
And if I may, we saw at Generation Equality the big celebration of Beijing plus 25 plus 1 because of COVID. We saw that a lot of the big companies, they actually went in and said, we pledged that, I think it was Procter & Gamble, $8 billion will get gender markers so that they will be used to buy from companies, women-led, women-owned, or women in power. So I'm kind of, if they can, you can.
Well, and we are, right? We're part of the 2X Challenge.
Yeah.
And the 2X Challenge has a set of criteria on women's entrepreneurship, on products, on a couple of other indicators, right? And we're now, in every investment that we go into, we map the company according to the 2X Challenge criteria. And then we use that to work with the companies to improve. But rather than saying, this is how it has to be at the beginning, right? Because what you do then is adverse selection. You only then invest in the companies that do stuff right from the beginning. And I think part of the role that a DFI can play is to be an active owner and actually change to improve over time, right? Because we know that the situation is dire when it comes to women economic empowerment on the continent, right? So if we only invest in that really tiny share of companies that does things right today, we're not going to change anything. So, but we are part of the 2X Challenge, and we do map those criteria, and we'll be reporting on 2X eligible investments starting this year.
Good.
And I have another question, because I think it is very profitable, and maybe you do it already, not profitable in the sense of profit, but profitable in the sense of good results, to work with feminist organizations to help you with the mapping and the understanding. In Kenya, we were working with eco-feminist organizations, and they were doing trainings in the flower farms who want to get fair trade certifications. And they included in that, on the one hand, how can you reduce highly hazardous pesticides, better protect your workers, because they have a huge rate of breast cancer in Kenya, which might be linked to this. But also on ending sexual harassment and abuse, which is a huge problem. Yeah. And so we participated in their training, how they have a law now, which is great, where all the companies with more than 50 employees need to have a gender committee, and the gender committee organizes trainings how to end sexual harassment and abuse. And then they have verifiers, and then they have watchdogs, but they do this working with the feminist organizations who organize these trainings and the feminists in the trade unions. But of course, that also needs to be paid. So that is sort of more like then you support the feminist organizations to provide a service to make sure that these companies can make this transition, because it's very difficult to talk about. But once you have the systems in place, it really can stop rape and other things in the companies.
And you're right. I mean, and we also work on GBV, so gender-based violence. The companies that we invest in, we don't go in and say to all our companies, this is the training that you need to do, right? Because different companies in different sectors have different needs. And the situation may be different in Kenya as compared to South Sudan, as compared to Cambodia, right? Sure. So the way that we do this is partly through our business support scheme, which is a grant-based system. It's a small pot of money, but it's still something that we do in order to help address gender issues, climate issues, training, and other things. And we fund up to 50% of the project, but we also want the company to fund it together so that it's really anchored in the company and we don't come and impose our things. And often then you'll have local organizations that they work with in order to work on climate training or gender, or depending on what it is. So we do work with local organizations in that way. That's good. But we don't have any kind of global agreements because things are so different on the ground.
These are local feminist organizations. I mean, we're all very well networked. Gro knows all of them because we all meet every year at the CSW. But
so what we heard in the beginning was that it's so little money that goes to women and or women's organization on the front line. And right now, what we also in the climate financing, but what we see a lot of money pouring into climate financing, and money that's for mitigation, for adaptation, for technology, for kind of that. How do you, from where you sit, Tina and Ylva, how do you make sure that some of all that money gets not just a gender marker, but actually a thorough gender lens?
Do you want to start?
Sure, I can start. So one thing that I didn't mention in the beginning, but which is an important new development for Norfund, is the Climate Investment Fund that the government decided to establish last year. And that will be managed by Norfund. So it will be over 5 years, it will be just north of $1 billion to be invested in renewable energy in developing countries. And we'll be applying the same type of gender perspective to the Climate Investment Fund as we have been for Norfund Core. And I mentioned the 2X challenge. We're now ramping up our work on gender as well. So I think it's difficult to say that we can ensure that all of that money will get a gender marker. I don't think we're going to get to there, and I'm not sure it's right to do that either, because again, if we say that we only invest in companies that meet certain criteria when it comes to where they stand on gender, with share of women in leadership and boards and entrepreneurship and so on, then the investment universe will be dramatically reduced, and I don't think we'll be able to deliver on the climate ambitions for the fund. But we will be working with those companies over time to drive change, right? Some of them will be good to start with. Some of them will be working with over time.
But a gender analysis should be possible.
Oh, but absolutely, absolutely, and that's what we do today, which is what I talked about with the 2X challenge, where we map each new investment across those dimensions. But then we're not saying that they need to meet those criteria day one. But we then want to see, can the company, are they willing to work with us, and on which aspects? And that way we can drive change together with the company. But it's a real problem in renewable energy. The energy space is much more male-dominated than quite a few of the other sectors. So it's not going to be easy.
The technological fixes are very male-dominated in general. So maybe some of the money, I know it's been allocated to renewable energy, but kind of having climate funding only go to technology, that's kind of yesterday. If we really want to get to the 2 to 1.5 degrees, we need to look at behavior change, and that's women driving that.
But I think it's also important that we have set some certain, criteria, because the challenge is that, and we saw that from, we have learned from how to deal with climate questions, because if they are not transparent, if they're not clear, people will start to say like you're greenwashing or you're pinkwashing, or so it needs to be clear what you're doing, have some certain standards, have some certain measurements that we could relate to, and could be comparable with what other companies are doing as well. Because otherwise it's difficult for you to follow what I'm doing. And you need to be sure that what I'm doing with your money is right as well, that it's actually going in the right direction. Is it possible? Yes, of course it is. What we have seen from the climate space is that small investors started out some years ago, starting to vote at the annual meeting, starting to talk to other corporations here, start to talk to other shareholders as well. And I think it's a good example, because last summer it was the first time that the smaller shareholders got through to the largest oil company in the world, that's ExxonMobil, and they actually managed to change the board, because they continuously had been talking, discussing this theme, managed to get this message through to other investors as well. So I think it's good, to start asking these questions, start to cooperate with other investors as well if we really want to push something through.
Yeah, and I guess it's also a message to the feminist organization. We can complain about a capitalist system that's driving, the resource use to a not good place for the whole planet, but we also need to be the activist investors and actually go into power to change power, whether it's in politics or whether it's in where the money is.
Yeah, and have facts and have measures which is clear and research based is important to get your message through.
So yes, we need to stand on the outside and pinpoint the problems, but also get on the inside and try to change the system.
And get into the streets and demonstrate with our youth friends who are doing a great concert, by the way, because I think that's one of the problems. We look at Africa. Where's most of the money going to at the moment, including subsidized by my country, the Netherlands? It's still going to oil and gas. Yeah, they're giving it to Mozambique, they're giving it to Senegal, and it is a big problem. And then you have all these wrong incentives, blocking capital for decades into unsustainable development. Very violent often. In Mozambique, we've had a lot of violence against local women because of the militarization around the oil developments there. And instead of really saying, no, all this money should really go to local, democratically run renewable energy cooperatives. We really believe in local cooperatives. They are small scale. They are, run by women and the communities. And they really immediately can bring solutions. You don't have to wait until there's a huge solar power plant built in some desert, which then finally will get you a cable. No, you can have renewable energy tomorrow. But these small projects, they often don't get funded because it's complicated, right? But we really believe in working through cooperative models and with communities and finding solutions in which women really can have leadership. And cooperatives often allow that possibility. So we're doing this in Ethiopia and Uganda and in Senegal. And I'll be very happy to share some of these ideas with you.
But I just want to underline, one thing doesn't exclude the other,
right?
So we need the small-scale entrepreneurs, we need the cooperatives, but we also need the large-scale power plants, right? Because the problem is so big and we need to solve it so quickly that it's not just one solution. We need that whole space to work, is my real conviction.
And we need the different financing models, whether it's taxes or private investments or pension funds or the banks, but also the bottom up and really listen to the
we
women.
need to use some of the development finance to help mobilize the institutional investors, right? And if I can pose one challenge to you, Tina, it would be to say, what kind of investments can you be looking at when it comes to developing countries where the need is just so enormous? We are seeing a lot of good intentions when it comes to climate finance. Some players are involved, like KLP investing with us in renewable energy. But to a large extent, it's about the big declarations and the big numbers. And when it comes to actually doing the deal and moving the money, the risk is a little bit too high, the market is a little bit too unknown, it's a little bit too difficult. So, and we do need to make sure that the institutional capital also moves in this direction.
Yeah, it can be
I'm
combined.
I'm going to open for questions.
Yeah.
Emily? We need the mic so our online friends and family and colleagues can hear.
Hi, thank you so much for this conversation. I'm Emilia Reyes from a feminist Mexican organization based in Mexico. And I was wondering whether some of you can talk about the macro dimension, because I think we've been dealing at the level of projects, and projects are not going to take us anywhere, either in gender equality or climate finance. Just to say, women subsidize the entire global economy. Women own 10% of the money that circulates in the world and only 2% of the titles of arable land in the world. So talking about moving the money and having, as a gender marker, just a matter of women in the boards or women in the decision making, that's not a cut to the ground in terms of what we need to do. And I think also the issue that Sasha was bringing was also pointing out, for instance, 70% of the money on climate finance is on debt, meaning that developed countries are receiving on the pay of debt servicing almost half of the money that goes to the global south, meaning the global north is not taking accountability for all of the historical debt that Sasha was mentioning. And I think making the business case is really not helpful in trying to see what is the financial support that is needed in the global south. And also talking about billions here, while we know that trillions are being invested every year in the fossil fuel industries, especially from the financial industries. I think the gender discussion that we need to have, me on my side as feminist, alongside with Sasha and others as activists, but all of us here interested in gender equality need to step up our conversation in talking about the trillions and how we are going to influence that into our discussion on gender, because keep on talking about projects or investments with business cases and returns, we're not making any dent into the larger system. So I think it would be also good to wonder ourselves how to move in towards that macro and global discussion, because otherwise, the Ipcc report says we only have 10 years to get into the tipping point, and talking about billions or having gender markers is not gonna help us. Thank you.
Gro or Caroline?
Thanks so much. This is a really interesting and super important conversation. I want to pick up on what you mentioned. I agree, and I also don't agree. I think the Secretary, or I should say who I am, sorry, Caroline Rusten from UN Women. The Secretary General has talked about our common agenda as a way forward to make sure that we implement all the commitments that we have all of us agreed to. And one of the things that he has mentioned is that when we look at, and here I come to the sort of more overall picture, when we look at how we measure GDP, we also need to look at how we actually count human and environmental destruction. So that is some of the bigger picture that I think is important for this conversation. You mentioned, Ylva, the very little money that goes to fund civil society organizations. And that is important. And it's not just important because it's small projects. So there I would disagree with you. And for the numbers, we're talking about something like $18 billion altogether for climate financing, where you have a sort of gender perspective in it, but where only you have 43 million going to projects that are run by civil society organizations. It's not only important that it is project in itself, but what these projects also initiate is voices of women. And we see this, and I'm going to make a connection actually to the Security Council. We see it when we have discussions in the Security Council and the preparations for that. If you don't have those voices of women, civil society organization, a lot of the issues that is dealing with women human rights issues, and in particular also women human rights defenders, those voices are not being heard. So it is really important because that is, that's getting the voice out there. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I think that when it comes to large climate funds, I think we need climate markers. I will make a parallel to the COVID-19 funds. When COVID-19 started, we had a lot of governments that allocated funds to address COVID-19. The first round of funding had no gender marker at all, and it was very, very hard to get some of this funding to gender-related initiatives. Now, we initiated a gender marker for it, which meant that we had 30% of the funds that went to it. So I do think these kind of things also help us rethink how we invest in initiatives. And it also demands, it also adds to sort of accountability for driving it. So I think also, Ylva, if you have gender markers, it will also drive some of these companies to look at, how they are put together, how the boards look like, what they invest in going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Gro, you marked as well.
Thank you to all of you. And I have 2 questions, including a comment. Some of you here have heard me talk before about the fact that there is, when we talk about women's economic empowerment and women's rights, there's one word that we continue to use, and one word that is used by politicians and those with money, and that's the word micro. Everything that has to do with women in the economy too often has to do with micro. Not that there's anything wrong with microfinance or microcredits or microbanks, but it cannot be the only thing we talk about. And I want to give you an example, and that is, Fokus, we work with women's organizations in a number of countries, and with money through NORAD, we have a financial cooperation too. We work with a number of women small-scale farmers in Uganda, in one of the large agricultural districts. And I was there visiting because one of the things we do is that the farmers join together in larger co-ops, and they they do climate smart agriculture. They learn standards so that they can have their produce sold everywhere. So I was there, and this one woman who was the leader of one of the co-ops said to me, "We're not rural women anymore. We're business women. And now you have to give us access to larger markets." And I think that's one of our challenges. The former leader of UN Women, one late that night during a CSW, we were talking, and she said, yeah, this is so right. We give women sewing machines and we give men trucks. And we have to change our mindset. So that's one challenge. The other one is, and Amelia has been working a lot on this, I'm very glad that you mentioned taxes, and taxes are important. But the thing we do not discuss enough is that there are gendered perspectives and gendered effects to tax systems. So it's not only that tax systems are important, and I'll give you one example. There's a woman on the roadside of Ghana who has a small shop where she sells everything from chips and 2 bottles of soda. She pays taxes. The company that sells her the bottles of sodas to sell in her shop pay less taxes than she does. So how do we get tax systems that are actually both gender inclusive and has a balance so that the big companies do not continue to earn the big money while the women in the small shops are being taxed to death?
Right. Thanks. There are 3 remarks/questions. Reflections, answers?
I could start with
Yeah.
one of the big things we have to do to change our use of oil and gas, for example, is to stop subsidizing oil and gas sectors and the use of oil and gas as products. I think it's a lot of money every year is subsidizing these companies. So that should be a very, it's not easy, but it should be one big starting point to try to change. And then you mentioned GDP. I know there is, according to the blue economy, they're starting now to look at a different way of measuring GDP, based also including natures, or that's the ocean that they're looking into. How they actually could find a different way of measuring growth, including then the externalities or the values of the nature, good or bad, to be able to take that into the considerations of the economic decisions. So there are a couple of few organizations have started, and looking forward to see the result. Yeah, so it started.
Thanks.
So, I think first to the macro question, and apologies for not remembering your name, but from Mexico, Amelia. I share your frustration and your anger with the macro level problem, right? The totally unfair distribution of wealth and privilege, and the devastating effects that the continued financing and subsidization of fossil fuels has on the world. So absolutely share that. At the same time, though, I think if I put my Norfund hat on, the change that we can make is through the companies and the projects that we invest in. And I do believe that also can make a change. But that's not to say that's the only solution, because I do agree with you. There are some seriously messed up macro things happening that we need to address as well. So I share that, but I do think both are necessary. And it's this famous quote of Margaret Mead saying, "Never doubt that a small group of committed individuals can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." So that's something that motivates me as well. On the GDP and how we measure progress, I absolutely agree. And Tina, you're right. There are several new measures out there. Everything from I think it's called the World Happiness Index, there's a new indicator that I saw just came out today. And it's, of course, a much more meaningful way of measuring development and progress. And we should use it to a greater extent to drive decision-making. Gro, your point on micro, I agree. There's so much power in that kind of language, right? That it's micro, and I'm sure there are lots of other slightly derogatory language terms that are used when it comes to talking about women entrepreneurship or women roles, right? And that's something that I think we need to change. And that's partly why I'm inspired by seeing that we get a black woman CFO in one of our star portfolio companies, right? Those kind of things, because that's not micro. That's a woman sitting with, managing the money. And then when you talked about the work that you do in Uganda, Gro, with climate, strengthening climate understanding and standards and quality for the farmers, that's exactly what we're doing in Lilongwe, right? Where you have a company, a dairy company, that then helps train 10,000 small-scale farmers who have 1 to 2 cows each, helping them to be more climate smart, helping them to deliver more quality, helping them with standards and so on. And I do agree with you that we need to build that value chain. We need to make sure that the small-scale farmers have somewhere to go with their products and they can depend on that income, that they have a reliable customer. So that part of the chain is so important to build.
Thanks.
Yeah, I want to come back on your last example of the dairy cows. I mean, we're talking a lot about, the conflicts in East Africa between pastoralists who used to have large-scale livestock in the savannas and the farmers, and that now they should really adopt to more the European measures and feed their cows with fodder they buy on the global market, produced maybe in Brazil with soy, which destroys the Amazon. There is a real problem with livestock industry. And I'm not sure that supporting investment in livestock industry in Africa is a sustainable thing and good for the climate. And also not maybe good for the small farmers, because in the end, we will have to reduce our livestock globally, and we have to do it now. And I know we have only 2 minutes time, but I think we also should not just invest because there might be 2 nice industries doing great work with women on milk and dairy. We might also really say, well, why don't we also look at the other options? What about the caterpillar farming? The future of proteins, right? So I think that is an issue I would also like you to look at, really the long-term climate sustainability of your investments. And livestock and dairy is not good for
No,
the climate.
you're absolutely right. One doesn't exclude the other, so I completely agree.
Okay, and then maybe the last word on what Emilia says. Africa pays more back in debt to Europe and the global north than they receive in support and funding. That is a scandal. We need to cancel debt. That's not Nora, that's your government. No, nor invest, nor fund. That's your government. We need to cancel the debt. That's the best thing we should do now to help with the climate crisis and with the challenges of the COVID crisis.
Above my pay grade.
I am going to ask you, all 3 of you, for a fast, furious, and fabulous answer. What are you going to go home and do differently so you can do more in terms of gender equality and climate justice? Yeah?
First of all, I think, well, I have started to invest my own savings, and I have be sure that that is also going into corporations that are actually taking care of women and climate questions. So I've already started to do that. Then I want to say as well, education. We have a training program actually going out to schools, but I think that's important everywhere. More women need to learn economy. So even, private economy, learning to do that is so important, and that's everywhere. And
institutionally?
No.
You sit with the sustainable financing in Nordea.
Yeah.
What are you going to do differently in that regard? More money in with gender markers?
Yeah, but I mean, to have a faster, maybe, well, we have already started with that. We have the SHE index as well, where we actually are measured how we work with equality. Good. So I think it's equality not only between women and men, but equality on all, levels. So I think pushing that and being a voice of that is very important. But I think, putting goals within the organizations to see, well, how we work with it, but also how our lending and investment portfolios are measuring. So moving the targets all the way, I think it's important.
Good. Ilva?
So 3 things, 2 institutional and then 1 personal. On the institutional, it's the work that we now do with 2X Challenge to make sure that every new investment is assessed against the criteria, and to ensure that we get some demand for portfolio companies. So it's not just the assessment and then we're done, but we actually use the assessment to work with the companies that have ambitions in this area. So I think that's one. The other one is that gender is not something that just falls on me or my good colleague Signe, who's our gender lead, but to ensure that the project managers looking at the individual companies, that they take ownership to this, because that's going to make a difference. And then on a personal level, talk about gender equality primarily with my sons, or more with my 2 sons than with my daughter.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the guys need to drive the change here too, right?
Sasha?
Yeah, so for myself, I want to learn how to use the screws, and my colleagues are organizing a build your own solar to put on your balcony training. So I'm going to follow that and try to build my own solar for my balcony, because we all need to have solar on our roofs, because we have a war with Russia, or Ukraine has a war with Russia, or Russia has a war, but we need to stop using the oil. And we need indeed more women who want to become more engaged in these more technical activities. And from the work part of view, I think I would be very happy to talk with our feminist colleagues and see if we can maybe give you some great names of feminists in Africa, organizations who could be maybe giving really great support in your gender analysis and linking you up with local groups.
Ylva has one more thing she wants to do.
Because
sorry, Tina.
Because I also think we should go out and being role models for other women, and we should get the media to lift, and write more about women, because we have two very, very good women, the head of the WTO and the head of ECB. So we need those role models. So journalists should, push them.
And then an encouragement to all of us. How are we going to make sure that gender financing and climate financing can be more just, maybe also using our own voice in the right fora where we can change power and change investments. Thanks a lot. There's lunch outside. Great to see you back. And now we have planned, and Gru and Caroline from UN Women have planned a very good part now that will keep us all awake. That this is the critical point of the day, except the one with jet lag. But we will make sure that there's no sleeping here, because now we get to politics and processes. We've been talking about money. We've been talking about women on the ground. And now we kind of also get to how we need to and want to affect the policies and the processes regarding climate change with a gender lens, med et kønsperspektiv, and how we need to and we want to have more women in leadership in general, but definitely also at the decision-making tables when it comes to climate change. In one of the previous discussions, I think it was Sasha, you pointed out that women were marching in the streets at the COP26. Yes, they were. They were with the young people in the streets, but they were not at the decision-making tables. And we're going to change that. We're going to discuss how we can change that. And to kick us off for the next hour and a bit, we have a great speaker and actor with us. And we have Anna Beate Tvinnereim, the Norwegian Minister of International Development. And I know that she is quite the rock star, literally. Your reputation precedes you also when it comes to the singing, and that she has actually lived around the world and lived development and done development, and is now the Minister of Development. I'm sure many of us have met development ministers throughout times who had little or no interest in what they were doing. They got it when they got into it, but you actually came with it. So you know it and you're walking your talk, which I also think we can see in the Norwegian, the foundation of the government. We see a lot of the issues reflected already. So if there ever was a country that's ready to move on these issues, it would be Norway, wouldn't it? But let me give you the floor. Anna Beate, you got 10 minutes to set the scene, and then we'll have a conversation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your kind words. I haven't prepared a song. Maybe we'll do that later. But dear feminist friends of all genders, first let me thank you for the invitation. Fokus, UN Women, and all other responsible here today for inviting me. I truly appreciate the invitation and the initiative for this conference. And I'm sure you've had a great morning. And it's my pleasure to kick off the afternoon. And let me first of all say that I'm truly sorry I can't stay for long. I had prepared to stay the whole afternoon, and I was looking forward to the discussions because this topic is very close to my heart. But a meeting came up on very short notice with the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, great lady, very, she's filling the boots of most men, and I had to take advantage of having 10 minutes with Amina on a very important topic concerning food security and energy-related issues in midst of this crisis that we are in. So that's how my work is, but I'm sure you'll have a great afternoon, and I will try to find the time to see some of the streaming that is that I understand will be online later. Yes. Now, first of all, I'm worried. You know, 99% of my time these days, I'm worried about the situation that we're in, because we are in the midst of a full-scale war in Europe. We never thought we would see it. And the scope of the tragedy is just very hard to grasp, with the violence, the wave of refugees. I just came from a meeting with my colleagues in the Norwegian government, and we actually discussed the gender perspective, because there is a gender there is a gender perspective to this war as well that we must remember. One aspect is the vulnerability of the women refugees, and what they are facing when they try to seek refuge. And the events are unfolding so quickly that the authorities have difficulties in ensuring, you know, that the safety nets are there. So I'm deeply concerned also about the gender perspective that we see in this. But it's on top of our priorities. And of course, another consequence of the Ukraine war is that it's more difficult to keep our attention on the slower moving trends and challenges and crises that are still there. And that is what we are here to discuss today. Climate change it still is the biggest threat to our lives, to our livelihoods. It's a great risk to peace and security, and it's a threat with unequal consequences. There's no doubt about it. Climate change doesn't only damage nature and climate, it fuels hunger, conflict, poverty, and women are more vulnerable than men to the impacts of climate change, of environmental crisis, because across the world we see that women are more dependent on natural resources, but yet they have less access to it. So it's a double burden. And women bear a disproportionate responsibility for securing food, water, fuel. At the same time, women have less access than men to land, income, credit, technology, education, training, decision-making, extension services, and so forth, so forth. So climate change creates and it reinforces inequalities. Climate change affects women and girls more than men and boys, all over the world, but especially, of course, those vulnerable and marginalized. It fuels gender gaps. Also, women and men have different expertise, different experiences, so obviously we must participate fully in all efforts and decision-making related to combating the climate change. Because we possess half the globe's knowledge, resources, and we need all minds and hands on deck. I'm sure we have all studied the Ipcc's new report on climate impacts and adaptation, which says, among many other things, that climate change has led to changes in agricultural productivity. And based on my personal background, and as some of you know, I have a personal engagement, especially on this topic, and that's a chapter that I've read very carefully in the report. And climate change has already made a mark on human health, on food security, which in turn has adverse effects on gender and social equality. So, you know, the report just states what we have feared and basically known for a long time. But at the same time, the Ipcc reports also said that there are things we can do to reduce the structural vulnerabilities. There are things we can do. Climate change can be reduced through carefully designed policies. And in order to do that, we have to strengthen the gender perspective at all levels. And this is very high on the agenda of the Norwegian government, and that is my main point today. So I like to be concrete and operational, so just let me mention a few examples. First, one example from Niger and Mali, where we are supporting agricultural research for development projects, with a particular focus on gender. And they aim to develop agricultural technologies and practices in order to adapt them to climate change, which includes strengthening the links to markets and facilitating new small agri-businesses, particularly led by women. Another example is through the Forest and Farm Facility, where Norway supports women's income diversification into tree planting for climate resilience in Tanzania, where we work with local governments and families to facilitate women's access to land. And we help these women through the process of getting certificates for right of occupancy. And those tenure arrangements give the women the confidence to engage in tree planting, other activities, and crop production, which is good for the climate, good for income. Third, in Palestine, elsewhere in the Middle East and North Africa, we know that the combination of less rain and rise in temperature result in a higher demand for water. And as a consequence, agriculture, which is a cornerstone of Palestinian economy, suffers. And women will suffer the most. And that is why we are supporting energy projects in Palestine, especially within water management and renewable green energy efforts directed at women. The fourth example, as an elected member of the UN Security Council for 21 to 22, Norway strives to integrate women, peace and security in all of the Council's work. We have pledged to quadruple our target for funding on that field, and we want to ensure that the Security Council discusses climate-related security threats, and that those discussions, or that it assesses the possible impact of climate change on other issues on that agenda. So, dear friends, we need to make sure that investments in competence building and in technology to fight climate change doesn't widen the gender gap. It has to reduce the gender gap. Women have to have the right to participate in the decision making, and decisions aren't sustainable unless the women sit at the table. We must ensure women's legal rights, access to education, income opportunities, access to health services, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. And of course, we must and we will promote human rights and good governance, as well as applying that gender lens to all the activities in Norwegian development cooperation. In my government's platform, we have pledged to unite the fight for climate and development, and we are doubling our climate finance towards 2026, and tripling our support for adaptation. And within that adaptation box, there is a lot of food security, and the gender dimension of food security is very, very close to my heart. We are stepping up on food security, and we are developing a program on food security as we speak, and we are applying the gender lens very carefully into the design of that program. I'd also like briefly, if I may, We're getting there. Okay, let me just briefly mention that I'm also Minister of Nordic Cooperation. In all the Nordic countries, there is one minister designated to Nordic Cooperation. This week there's been a lot going on because we had the Nordic Day celebrated a few days ago. And the events and discussion this week have been very, very meaningful. And obviously, gender is, I mean, it's a little bit of the bread and butter of what we are proud of what we have achieved on gender in the Nordic countries. However, you may be surprised to know that even in our region, we still have a way to go, and we have so much to learn. And especially when it comes to mitigation, climate change, and enhancing green economic transition. We haven't applied the gender lens yet. The efforts have been on men's term, and that must be changed. We need a more sustainable approach to resolving the conflicts of interest that occur when we are, in the midst of that green transition. And we have to ensure consensus building to ensure a just transition. And, women are quite good at that, consensus building. But that means we have to take part. I could go on, but I will sum up and basically underline that there are many challenges ahead. We need to ensure that gender equality is addressed in climate policies. We need to address that gender lens when creating greener jobs. We demand that women are represented in decision-making processes. And we just have to do what we can to bring governments, research communities, industries, and civil societies together to address all these issues, which you are doing here today. So congratulations on that. And I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Minister. And we're not done, so you'll get a chance to get a lot of your points up with you. May I also invite Emilia Reis to the table? We will be having a conversation, the three of us. Yes, okay. If you just stay there. Emilia is the Director of Policy and Budget for Equality and Sustainable Development. Over on this side, with Equidad de Género in Mexico. So thanks a lot, Emilia, for joining us. Also, really hands-on. And Emilia, am I right if I say that you were actually in on the development of the SDGs?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have.
But also Sasha and Irene.
Yes, I know it was good people who were on it, but you were sitting there as well. So. Yeah. But if I may start, Annabelle, you had my mind racing because there were so many good points, and what I really enjoyed was that you looked at it intersectionally, both across sectors but also across types and issues. So that is one of the elements that we see missing in climate change is actually to look at it through both an intersectional but also a multi-sector lens. So you picked up some of the really good issues, but if I may start, yes, women are often the ones feeling, girls and women, the brunt of climate change, but they are a lot more than victims. I call them everyday innovators because, they are on the front line. They're the ones who find out whether they need to have ducks instead of chickens because ducks can swim. They're the ones who have to teach their kids to swim. They're the ones who find out the plants that they use as remedies actually have too high a CO2 level now, so they can't use them. They become poisonous. They're the ones who kind of really live it and feel it. So how can we support them frontline, and not just as victims, but actually as powerhouses?
It's directed to me.
Yeah.
Well, we have to give, if we talk about the vulnerable, poverty-stricken, women that, as Minister of Development, that is close to my heart. How to reach those most vulnerable women. And we know that if they just get access to the same resources, input, and technology as men, many of them are small-scale farmers, they will, we have research on this. We can, I don't have the numbers in my head, but we can, double the output, the agricultural output, by just making sure that women have the same resources as men. And it's such basic technologies, but inputs, and especially the technologies in, well, now I'm back to the agricultural sector, because that is obviously very vulnerable in terms of climate change. They are designed for men, you know? And with very small, innovative measures, we can make sure that women are able to produce a surplus and thus an income with less manpower, or less, you know, labor, less labor, and less struggle, and releasing both hours, you know, time and well, making sure they have, exactly. Yeah. And you know, I just see it every day, that it's such tiny measures to be done, but it's all been on men's terms because I don't know, the design of the technology. I mean, just the axes used in basic agriculture in the world. Have you ever tried lifting one? Mm-hmm. So that's, you know, every time I visit female small-scale farmers, it just strikes me that we can very easily do something about that.
Right. And that's going to happen now?
I'll do my best.
More? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you have great power. Well, you have political power, but you also have the power of the purse to not only do things yourself, but also affect others. So both the conversation you're going to have with Amina, that's not just being told what to do, that's also kind of sharing what we could do. And with the companies you work with the governments you work with across the globe. Because one thing is what Norway choose to do, but when you can use the power that you have.
You know, and what I see every time a crisis strikes is that we tend to forget the gender lens. I mean, with the pandemic, we got so sort of entrenched in our sort of the short-term solutions. With a war, you know, we're so we're so primitive as decision makers sometimes that we are not able to see across and include the. I mean, we talk about it every time after when we evaluate a crisis, that next time we have to remember the gender focus, and we keep doing the same mistakes.
COVID, war,
climate.
Emilia, we're here with one of the very influential ministers of development in the world. What answers do we need?
Well, thank you so much for this invitation. Very happy to be with Focus on You and Women here, and also having this dialogue with women who can make a change all around. I just wanted to take a step back and say that I'm part of the feminist movement in the Latin American tradition, and we have a structural approach to our analysis. So our gender analysis on gender inequalities is not only between women and men, but rather a structural level in which we also say that there is a gendered social order. And so we're trying to change structures, we're trying to change the state, because in the end, states really reproduce and deepen inequalities. And also, for instance, the impact of the private sector, especially global corporations, who are now concentrating wealth, and now they're responsible, 1% of the corporations are responsible for emission of 25% of the carbon emissions, and the 10% is responsible for almost 60%. So it's not a matter of introducing gender and saying where are women and where are the men. It's also about looking at the structures and how the power dynamics are played, but also how the system is changed. So we had the panel just an hour ago on climate finance, but from our structural analysis, it's not only about how to move the money, but how the rules of the money are being set. And so how we shift that so that it's not only about including women, as we were talking about with Irene a while ago, about we don't want to mainstream women into a polluted stream. We don't want women to be included in a fetishizing way. We want to include women in all of the corporation, in all of the boards. We feminists, we actually don't want that. If the system is destroying the planet, is affecting our ecosystem, is destroying the environmental integrity, my kind of feminism don't want women involved in that, as the same way we don't want women in armies. We are pacifist at the core. No, humanity needs to find different solutions. So to us, it's also a matter of what are the systemic shifts that we need to focus on. And it is, for me, also as a feminist from the Global South, it's very important to have this conversation not only with you, Minister, but also with all of you who are citizens in the Global North. You have, sadly, a historical legacy of being the responsible of the main carbon emissions, but you also have a possibility that I don't have, that is being citizens not only in your country, but also in your region, and to a larger extent, for instance, impacting the positions of the negotiating groups at the most important table at the moment. So to me, it's also bringing back the responsibility to you so that you hold accountable the people who are making decisions for you, and also to have this structural analysis and not only remain in the level of where are women or where are the men, but rather where is the power, how is the power impacting not only those who didn't commit anything and are bearing now the brunt of the issues, but really what are the systemic solutions. And for us, it's really important, my opportunity to talk here, is because we see that under the UNFCCC, there are many false solutions that are being placed at the table on behalf of the green solutions, right? For instance, this net zero as opposed to real zero. We want really to phase out from fossil fuels and carbon and coal, and we don't want just to have, we hear all sorts of crazy language like clean fossil fuels, or like trading in the carbon markets, in thinking that developed countries can keep on emitting and extracting fossil fuels while paying to some farm or some plantation in Colombia. No. The math is very clear. If we keep on extracting fossil fuels, then we are violating the rights of the people in the globe, especially in the Global South, especially in the islands and the least developed countries, but also we're destroying the planet, and there is no way we can bring it back. So we were discussing, I know that Norway was addressed by the Zero Committee on the responsibility on impacting negatively on women's human rights in the Global South because of its active extraction in the Arctic, right? So that is the type of thing that we want to hear from you, especially with Nordic countries now, to really bring in the human rights framework under the UNFCCC. We know that it is a difficult conversation, and let me tell you here, developed countries have been refusing to include the human rights framework under the UNFCCC in the climate change negotiations because of their external responsibility, because of their extraterritorial impacts, because developed countries mostly respect the rights of their citizens, but they're violating the rights of people in the Global South precisely because of their environmental impact. So I know this is a very difficult conversation, but we really need, especially the Nordic countries, that really understand the profundities of the human rights framework to support our call to include human rights, including women's human rights, into the environmental conversations. I leave it here. I know we will have a dialogue, but I'm here really to bring a structural level to the discussion.
The systemic change we need.
Yeah.
Thoughts, reflections, Minister? I know it's kind of, we can also, yeah.
It's a tough one, especially because, I mean, it's easy to agree with you, and then this is big politics.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say that, we are, as I mentioned in my speech as well, Norway is part of the Security Council at the moment. We have the opportunity to lift the voices, and a starting point is to make sure that the voices like yours actually get up there, and at least I can say that we are truly trying to use that opportunity while in Security Council to set the agenda and invite voices from the Global South to make it heard, and at least that I can promise.
Let me make it easy because I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't think you are responsible for all of the elements that I'm saying. But I was a contributing author of the Ipcc report, the ones that was just released, and we had a segment called Gender, Climate Justice, and Transformative Pathways. It's in chapter 18, and since this is a 3,600 pages, it's really difficult to get into that section. But what we were focusing on is precisely deepening what you were saying already, that climate justice is also social justice, that we won't reach climate justice without social justice and the other way around. There is at no point now we can detach ourselves from the environmental conversation. We needing to bridging the inequality gaps, and at the same time, we will be helping the environmental integrity and the other way around. And the segment that I was a collaborating author, we were specifically addressing the structural inequalities between women and men, but in the larger surrounding of how women are subsidizing the entire economy and how gender justice is at the core of social justice. And there is a very striking parallelism between again, it goes that deep. Without gender justice, there won't be climate justice. And this is a very tough conversation to have because then there is a very striking sentence in that segment that says, the problem is that even though we have efforts on gender justice and climate justice, those are very scarce. There is not enough, let us say, availability of common data. But the most important thing, if the efforts are not structural, then there is no impact. Meaning, and this is where I was saying, it's not only adding women and STIR, it's not only having them in the board, it's not only having them just one specific issue on, on having them access to small technologies as opposed to men having the largest one. It's like, what is really structural and transformative for gender solutions? And that will reflect in the impact we're having in environment. So this is also a huge question from our side, like gender experts, feminists. What are structural actions that we can really do as opposed to just bringing women in my project? And that is something qualitatively that we also need to start a conversation with you decision makers.
And it's really interesting that you raised that question, I think, because the whole concept of just transition, it's it's about to become just a buzzword. I feel, at least in our debates here at home, everyone talks about just green transition, but we need to fill it with some, as you say, structural change. And at least my experience from Norway is that it has basically been focused on social justice, and the gender perspective has not been included. But I think, in order to solve the climate crisis, the transition needs to be just. We need to make sure that climate policies include all social perspectives, just as we do in all other fields of policy making. But that also includes the gender. And for some reason, it hasn't been brought up on the table. And I can only say that, how is it possible that we, even in the Nordic countries, which have the experience of mainstreaming gender into all policy making, are still lagging behind when it comes to climate policies?
Very much so. And if I may also, that systemic change that's really needed. How do you in your work put that gender lens? Because we, for example, also know that if men choose solutions, it's always big technology, and the taller and the bigger and the broader, the better. When women get in, it's behavior change, it's community, it's not small. I don't want to use micro, but it's more, kind of what do we do as a community, what do we do as a society, what do we do socially that has the effect. That's kind of what research also shows. Some of the Nordic studies shows that. So when it comes to dividing resource or kind of allocating resources, if we only go for a technological solution, you've already screwed the gender lens. How do we make sure that the money also get to the women and get to the women's organizations who are the everyday innovators, who are on the front line?
Well, it's really hard work. And you really have to be on the you have to be in all the way. At least still we haven't come further than that. We still have to start at the very basic design of programs at a local level, and we have to follow it through all the way. So at least that's what that's our approach. My office is just across the streets, and we have a great team working on gender issues, and they are on me all the time, saying, okay, we are designing a new program on food policy. food security. So we have to start from, day one, making sure that that lens is on when we start designing the project. But then we have to follow up through all the way to the implementation. And of course, we have all the nice strategies. We say the right things on the strategic level, but it's not worth a lot unless we really are on every day, hands-on in designing and implementation.
It was interesting. We had a lot of the ministers of gender at the CSW in New York here last week, 2 weeks ago. And it was interesting because it was all the ministers of gender. They were discussing gender equality and climate change. There was no environmental ministers. But we actually poked them. So several of them called both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Climate, and the meetings are beginning to take place. Is that going to happen in Norway too?
Hope so.
Yeah, you should be part of them. Emilia?
Yeah, I wanted to say that just right this minute, a meeting in South Africa is happening on the new climate finance ambition. Is precisely because the 100 billion that have been agreed in Copenhagen are totally not enough compared, as I was saying, with the trillions that are allocated to the fossil fuel industries every year. So we really need to step up our game a really fulfilling Article 2 of the Paris Agreement in saying that every financial process in the world needs to be cut across with the climate justice view, with a mind to addressing climate change. And that is one thing that I really wanted to say, because I would totally take my pitch here and say, please, that the umbrella group support gender responsive and gender transformative climate finance today in that meeting, because if we don't get the right language on the first day, it's going to be super difficult to get it across later on. So that is a task for today, I'm afraid. I'm trying to do my best with the Environmental Integrity Group, which is the negotiating group with Mexico, to try to push that language as well. But to us, it's really important not only discuss about the access on climate funding to women's organizations, which is really important, and we're trying to change the rulings in the Green Climate Fund and all of other international financial institutions, because there is not direct access as of yet of women's organizations and community. But even more, to really discussing how is it that we're transforming, for instance, a regulation for the banking industry that keeps on investing on fossil fuels, because that in the end is also impacting on the real lives of women and men, especially on the islands, right? They are the ones who are carrying the burden on all of this. So to us, the solution comes as well, not on a specific country, but really on the alliances at this point, on negotiating groups, on coming to the spaces where all of these issues are being discussed with a lot of political will to face, as you were mentioning before, the tensions and the conflict of interests, and to know that we only have 10 years ahead, so those conflicts need to be addressed now.
And it's if I may just build on that, because of course one thing is money and access to the Green Climate Fund, but also to the women on the front line. But as a political institution and a strong political voice, with good partners in other countries, affecting that language that is so imperative right now, and using the conventions that's already there is just. It's right there.
I think that's a very valid point, not to create the new structures unless it's absolutely necessary. We need to use what we have. We don't have time to waste to sort of reinvent stuff all the time.
Yeah. And I know you have an important phone call, so if I may just ask, before you go, what are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do next week? And how are you going to work with your system and your colleagues, both within Norway, but also through the UN and the Nordic collaboration, on really putting that gender lens to climate change and to everything you do, not just in the small project, but in the big systemic.
Well,
starting in the next phone call.
I think we need to remind each other all the time. I'm sorry to say so, but my experience that there's a lot of goodwill out there, but we just have to keep on nagging. So I promise I'll keep on nagging.
Good. Great. Thank you. Thanks. Group.
On about good luck with your call. On your way, we thought it would be appropriate to give you our hearts. Our hearts are in this fight, and we want you to carry our hearts with you and ensure that we get past the finishing line together with Feminist Action, with good communication between politics and civil society, where Norway has such an important role, and not only getting us included to COP and conversations, but also doing it with partners we have when we have bilateral discussions. So, as a token,
you are in my heart all the time. I never forget. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, a short video, exactly.
Hi everyone, my name is Comfort Hajra Mukasa, a co-founder of Women Climate Centers International, to be referred to as WCCI in this video. I was born and raised in Uganda. Growing up, my mother and everyone around me told me that it was my responsibility to provide food and water for my family, a responsibility I embraced. My mother trained me to be able to predict seasons to enable me plan better for planting of crops and thus become a great wife, mother, and woman in the society. Unfortunately, my mother's training is no longer helpful because the seasons are no longer predictable. The dry seasons are painfully long, and the rains, when they come, are very destructive. As if that's not bad enough, all the near wells and streams have dried up. That means I have to walk longer distances to access water for my family. It's already March, a month that has been known for planting of crops. But as it is, we are all anxiously still waiting for the rains. Being a woman in East Africa has become so burdensome. But the communities and our families still expect us to provide food and water for the families despite the challenges. The burden is even becoming bigger because climate change is getting worse. WCCI is therefore turning women from being climate change burden bearers to climate change solution providers by developing one-stop climate change solution centers that enable women to meet up, to develop low-cost but appropriate climate change solutions that build on indigenous knowledge and skills for easy adaptation and for sustainability. To ensure that no one is left behind, WCCI will set up similar centers through satellites all over East Africa. Because as WCCI, our dream is to see women thrive in the face of climate change. I thank you.
Bearers to climate solutions promoters. Isn't that beautiful? So now it's my pleasure to introduce a legend, Irene Dackelman. Should we just give her a hand? She's a source of inspiration, of knowledge, of history. Has been part of this fight for decades, and actually many of the sayings you hear, many of the data we use comes from Irene and great colleagues. So it's my pleasure to give you the floor for 10 minutes to inspire, motivate, and enhance our knowledge. Thanks, Irene.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the welcome and distinguished organizers. There are more here. And speakers, and dear ladies, and gentlemen. Don't forget the gentlemen. I don't know if there is... Wonderful. Now I have to move. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah. What I would like to do is to take you on a historic tour, because I was realizing myself, we've said these words for ages, but it's good to realize what that means. So today it's not only the last day of CSW's session on gender equality and climate justice, or climate action. Exactly 60 years ago, in 1962, marine biologist Rachel Carson reminded us that a silent spring would occur if we continue to use dangerous substances and chemicals in agriculture and in our societies. Her publication caused a shock in many countries, and her book brought to life many institutions and policies. Carson writes, "Only within the moment of time represented by this present, that was the 20th century, has one species, man, acquired significant power to alter the nature of his world. During the past quarter of this century, this power has not only increased to one of disturbing magnitude, but it has changed in character. The most alarming of all man's assaults upon the environment is the contamination of air, of water, and of the seas with dangerous and lethal materials." This year, we commemorate that 50 years ago, the UN Environment Programme was established, and that the report of the Club of Rome, Limits to Growth, was published. For me, the role of the often neglected co-author of The Limits to Growth, scientist and systems thinker Donella Meadows, is evidence. She said, "Speak the truth, speak it loud and often, calmly but insistently, and speak it to power. Material accumulation is not the purpose of human existence. There is a thing such as enough for many." And of course, your own Gro Harlem Brundtland, chair of the World Commission on Environment and Development, that published Our Common Future already 35 years ago. She underlined, "Women power is a formidable force." Formidable force. That's a difficult word. "This force should be seen and it should be followed." These women marked my earliest acquaintance with the role that female leadership can play in building awareness, and does play in building awareness and moving policies, institutions, and programs in a more sustainable and just direction. But there were many earlier, local women who in different corners of the world confronted power structures that devastated their environment and their livelihoods. For example, the Bishnoi community in Rajasthan, a desert state in India. Almost 300 years ago, the Maharaja of Jodhpur had ordered his men to start felling the trees of Kajiri trees in the village forests to get wood for his new palace. Under the leadership of Amrita Devi, the villagers started protecting the trees with their bodies. They were brutally beaten up by the soldiers of the king. 363 people were killed in this struggle. And when the king heard about this massacre, he offered his apologies and ordered to stop the tree cutting. Local women worldwide, it was talked about already, have a rich experience and knowledge of their environment, like Juleka Begun, farmer from Bangladesh. She told us during a preparatory meeting for the Rio conference in 1992, life is a whole. That which destroys the circle should be stopped. That which maintains the circle should be strengthened and nurtured. Immense wisdom shared to us by a local woman. Who is the expert, I wonder? The list of female leaders that demand change and action to save our environment, our planet, our atmosphere is endless. Well-known leaders such as Wangari Maathai from Kenya, Mary Robinson from Ireland, Kavita Naidu from the Philippines, from Fiji. Courageous female indigenous women like Vicky Talu Corpes from the Philippines, or Berta Caceres from Honduras, and many, many others. Young leaders like Greta Thunberg from Sweden, Elizabeth Watutu from Kenya, Petra Leiti from here, from the Sami people. They all confront us with their knowledge, their visions, their wisdom, and they inspire us to act. And it's through this continuous commitment, advocacy, and activism from these individual women and their organizations and networks that we are now slowly seeing that gender becomes part of existing environmental and climate change policies at international level. I've also noticed that there are good intentions to translate global commitments into national policies and programs. For example, in my work in Vietnam, in Bhutan, in Bangladesh. We already have many, many words, but we have to live up to them. It was stressed earlier. Or, as UN Women's study on gender and climate change in Southeast Asia underlines, we need action, not words. And the minister underlined that as well. Emilia referenced already the quote of the former US Congresswoman and the co-founder of the Women's Environment and Development Organization, Bella Abzug. She forms a guide, or this quote forms a guide for my work to enhance action and deep change. We women do not want to be mainstreamed into a polluted stream. We want a stream to be clean and healthy. It's not about adding the word women and gender to our policies, programs, and stir. It's not only about more women with diverse backgrounds in the room. What we really need, and it was underlined in the discussion as well, is fundamental transformation of our policies, our institutions, and actions, so that these individually, but also as a collective, I think so, are ecologically sound and contribute to gender and social transformation and to peace. A transformation so that the system becomes just and healthy. In order to make that happen, first and foremost, we have to listen to the female leaders who live and experience their lives in a changing climate, in a changing environment. Their visions, their human rights should become our leading compass. The relief of those who bear the burdens of our systemic failures should be central in our policies and programs. Their present and future well-being should become our primary policy and budgetary and financing goals. This implies, and that's very crucial, I think so, challenging our institutions changing institutional development goals and practices, enhancing our capacities and understanding, so the data, the gender analysis, as was said, and women's participation and leadership at every level. Or, as Bashali Chatterjee announced at CSW, build a new feminist social contract for climate justice. Join us all. It's not too late.
No, it's not. Thank you. Thanks, Irene.
You're welcome.
And Emily, will you join us as well? And I'll just get you a clean glass here. You got?
Here are glasses. Yeah.
Yep. Then Emily, Emilia will get this. Sorry. Thanks a lot, Irene, also for a very personal presentation. And I think it is extremely important to know where we come from in order to define where we're going.
Yes.
And that historic perspective that it's not too late, but it's also, this is not new. There's a lot of people who've been fighting for it. There's a lot of women who's been fighting up for it, and we are standing on some very strong and broad shoulders. Or let's just say we're standing next to people who've been fighting for a long time.
Yeah.
Can I ask a semi-personal question?
Yeah, certainly.
What's the biggest, or do you see a big change from when you were sitting planning the Rio conference to where we are today?
Yes. We are with more, and we are everywhere. And so in every age group, and I'm so enlightened and so carried forward by the fact that there are so many young women at the moment, and men and boys. Today, worldwide, there is the Fridays for Future action again, all over in the world. So I really am encouraged by that. I think that at least makes a difference. And yes, we have the words. We have been fighting for these words, and we still have to fight for them. We have to. I remember 10 years after Rio, we had to fight to keep what we had in Rio on the agenda. So the words are there, but and there are intentions. So yes, it's moving, but maybe it's a bit slow.
It's too slow.
Yeah.
Too slow. But
certainly.
But you see a change, and you see a positive change. If we look at the planet,
no. As I'm an ecologist by background, and of course, in the years that Rachel Carson published the Silent Spring, we were amazed by what she was bringing forward, and still, we are making the same mistakes. So one would become very pessimistic about that, but I don't think we have the opportunity to become or the luxury to become pessimistic. We really have to do what we can, and for each other, for the future generations, but also certainly for the planet.
I absolutely agree. And what we see in a lot of social action, and what it is that moves people to action, it is actually hope. So we see, fear can get you alerted, but it's hope that engages you.
Yeah.
Because if we paint too dark a picture of where we stand, or paint too big a mountain we have to kind of conquer, that will turn people off.
The mountain is a nice personal experience as well. I did research in the north of India, and I come from the Netherlands, which is a very flat country, as you know. So for me, these were major mountains. But then the people in the village said, oh no, these are foothills. So maybe we have to turn the mountains into foothills and walk them like these women are doing.
And take them in bites and one step at a time.
That's right.
May I then kind of also turn to you and follow that analogy? Can we actually see do you believe that we can see incremental change, or do we need a revolution?
Well, you know, I come from the global south, and it's a middle-income country, Mexico, but to my end, I mean, I was really glad to see Kavita in the images, and many of my colleagues from the islands, and I don't think we have the luxury to wait for everybody to be filled with hope or to run a revolution. I've heard in the South that there is also a right to a justified rage of what has been done to their lives, to their livelihoods, as opposed to the obscene concentration of wealth that an extreme overconsumption and production in the global north. And just to give you some examples on why we keep on talking not only of the sexual division of labor, but also the geographical division of labor, and how it's crucial that we address that, because per every dollar that comes from the global north to the global south in cooperation, $80 come from the global south to the global north on illicit financial flows, especially corporate abuse of tax flows. So corporations that are not paying their taxes, and now we hear that, oh, well, Ireland is doing so great in their economic growth. No, Ireland has become a tax haven, the same as London, the same as New York, and many societies now in Europe. So it is really important to recognize that it is the global south that is subsidizing the global north. That is not true that the global north is developed, is rich, is wealthy. It is depleting and bleeding the global south, and all of the negative impacts are coming to the global south. So to me, yes, I would like to start an institutional revolution. I do think that we need the state, we need institutions, we need a collective pact, we need a social pact that is feminist, that is decolonial, that is based on human rights, and that everybody needs that to survive. So that is the type of revolution I'm seeking along many of my feminist colleagues here. But we need to also believe in upholding reparations, because those that have been depleted of their dignity, of their liberty, of their freedoms, of their livelihoods need reparation. And I just want to add another data on subsidy. I said women are subsidizing the economy. The global south is subsidizing the global north. 6% of the population in the world are indigenous peoples, and they uphold 80% of the biodiversity in the world at this moment. So we are living out of the borrowed life that indigenous peoples are lending us, because our Western practices are so obscene in depleting the nature that now it is the indigenous peoples that are giving us life. And we are not having enough conversation, on the one hand, on the knowledge of the indigenous peoples, and not in an extractive manner, as we have been used to do that for centuries, but really a conversation of acknowledging their knowledge in their own terms, in the way they want to share it with us, but on the other hand, the reparations that are needed as well to ensure that we need to shift towards another transition of society and center these people that have been suffering the harsher impacts.
So what do we need to do the most?
I would like to underline as well the institutions. We have to start with our own institutions, because, for example, I was working in Bhutan with a team of national consultants trying to help the government to draft their climate change policies. And they have gender focal points at many different levels in the organizations. But these people, women and some men, they didn't have any opportunity. The fact that they were there was a good way, but they didn't have the power to change the system. And we really have to have reflections, so that's maybe the revolution which we need. We have to have critical reflections on our organizational matters, and how we are also isolated from each other. We are working very sectoral all the time, and thinking holistically, but also acting more holistically. I think that's crucial, because otherwise we won't succeed.
How do we get the power to change the systems?
Get into the system, but also change the power carriers, I think so. And not only in person, but also in their thinking. And what was very, I wouldn't say successful, but at least enlightening, was the fact that we, at the time before Rio, I was working with UNIFEM, that we invited a few female leaders from the different areas in the world, local leaders, to address the UN. And I think that really made a change, because otherwise we wouldn't have any word on social dimension in the Rio outcomes, in Agenda 21 or whatsoever. So making people accountable to those who matter.
If I may add, we need to change the global international and financial architecture.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds super abstract, but really what we have is that there is a weakening of multilateralism. On the one hand, the democratic and universal space that should be the UN is not working. It's failing to the people. That's my personal opinion. I should ask the Secretary General to resign. All of the major crises that are happening, COVID, plus the economic, plus the debt, plus the tax, and now climate change, and there has been no possibility to sit down amongst the member states to negotiate solutions. I think that's a complete failure. And now the Secretary General is calling for our common agenda to give in, handing in a platter the UN to the largest corporation, the largest multi-billionaires, to sit down and decide informally on what the ECOSOC and the General Assembly is saying. I find that appalling. And to sit down to the digital technocrats, the decisions because now the digital world is so crucial, because not only it's financializing, the entire financialization of the world is becoming digital. So we need to also start paying attention to that. And what the Secretary General is not only allowing the UN to be handed to those who are precisely responsible of the devastation and the human rights violation and devastation of the planet, but now also allowing these informal elitist spaces like the G20, the G7, the OECD, the Paris Club, and all of these spaces that are made of wealthy countries to make decisions on their own interests on behalf of the entire planet. And I just want to say as well, the issue on, we need a conference crisis like we had in Monterrey, like we had in Doha. We just had a Financing for Development conference in Addis. We need to come back to have a crisis conference in which we discuss all of these issues together. It cannot be that the developed countries have 4 shots of vaccines against COVID, and the African countries have only had 20% of the entire doses in the world. It is obscene. Here is only, life is happening as if there is nothing going on in the world, and people are dying in the global south. So we need to take accountable globally, democratically, universally, of all of the decisions that are intertwined. And this is why we're calling for a crisis conference under the UN, because we still believe in the UN. Yeah. We need to strengthen the UN. We need to go back to the UN and put all of our hopes there and strengthen the UN, relieve it from the corporate capture that it is in, that is now catering to the powerful of the most selfish people ever. The food systems discussion is totally under the agribusiness. We cannot let the UN keep on going into that path. We need to reclaim it because we are citizens of the world. We need to strengthen multilateralism, and we need to bet for a different level of institutions holding accountable to those who are responsible for all of this destruction.
How do we do that?
Well,
who do we need to get as allies?
Now,
because if I just may, you know, I can sometimes be afraid that we speak a language that only the few understand, and we need mass. We need the right people, but we also need a lot of people because we need votes. If we still believe in democracy, we do. But we need the right politicians to be our allies, even if they're not, kind of 100% on everything. So how do we create those allyships that can really help us change power?
Well, do you want? I mean, because to me, it's about different levels, right? I don't want to dismiss the relevance of the local and micro level. I don't want to dismiss it. And what we're talking about is strengthening institution. That's the meso level, and there's also this macro, like how do you touch the financial institution, or how do you touch illicit financial flow? That was macro. So at all levels, there has to be a bet on the democratic processes, and it is our warning from the feminist movement against the rise of what is the word in English? The fundamentalisms. The rise of fundamentalisms of all sorts against women's rights, against environmental rights. We see a rise of ecofascism, etc. So we need to fight that, and that can only be fought at the territory level. And so that is precisely what democratic values and reclaiming again our space, not only in the electoral systems, but to a broader understanding, our exercise of citizenship, with an agenda in mind that everything is interconnected. I agree with Irene. We see many working in silos, and we need to understand the interconnected levels, even in the local or the micro levels. I just also want to warn about charging everything to the local communities. They are bearing the brunt of all of the emergencies in the world right now, and they're trying to survive. So we also need to give them space for that survival, and to acknowledge what are the systemic solutions that they're providing, but not to rely everything on them. So giving support to the local communities, strengthening and holding accountable institutions at the meso level. The feminist movement is a democratic feminist movement at its core, so we're betting for that as well.
Yes, and of course education. I've been working at a university. I'm retired, by the way, at that part. But I'm still in touch with many of the students we had. And what we try to do is to bring issues of human rights and of sustainability or environmental concern into all the different disciplines. And I now am in contact with students who are taking up positions in different institutions, crucial positions. And so I am really a believer in the power of education, but certainly of the people who get that education.
Mm-hmm. So because it is really kind of, how do we make this big? And as demands, because it's pretty system revolutionary thinking, and we know that revolutions, you have to have a good amount of people before they think it's a good idea. So that convincing. But if we want to change power, if we want to change money streams, if we want to change institutions and systems, we need the great allies.
And we are working together in our networks, like Women Engage for a Common Future, or Redo, or whatsoever. I think these networks and organizations are essential, and seeing each other not as how do you say that?
Competitors.
But as allies in that revolution. And what is revolution? What is the word revolution? It's changing from inside, and it's really bringing also outside energy in an existing system and re-energize the system in the right direction. So I really do think that these networks and organizations, like Fokus also is doing, is really essential. And if we would be at our own, then we wouldn't. Then we would stop tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course we are all vulnerable in that sense that when the resources are scarce for organizations, often we see instead of standing together, the organizations fight among them. Have you seen a change in that?
Organization what?
The organization fight among them. Instead of standing together for more resources, you fight about what is allocated. Have you seen a big change in that? Because I've seen it splinter
NGOs, environments, when the resources were scarce. Are we standing properly together in the climate space and in the gender space right now?
Personally, I think more than ever.
Good.
In the 90s, maybe, there were quite some fights amongst the different organizations. And so it means that it's not only about resources, and of course resources are essential, but more and more we fight with our commitment, our hearts, and we need possibilities to last that struggle, to have that struggle going on. But I see there is more allies. I don't know what Sasha's thinking, but...
Yeah, let's open the floor for
Can
comments and
I say
questions.
something? I
Yes.
also think that to me the struggle is not between the social movements organizations, it's between what is posed to us on the table as the solutions and what we really are demanding and that is required. And this is why I think that the social movements are getting together. For instance, when we talk about the sexual division of labor and how that is translated into climate just solutions, is because men are in all of the sectors that have led to climate change. Not because men are bad, it's just because of the sexual division of labor. Energy, infrastructure, transportation, even the larger amount in agriculture or livestock sectors. And women, because of the sexual division of labor, have been on the receiving end of those negative impacts. If we have just a just transition without a gender perspective and without, especially the dimension of unpaid domestic and care work and the time use, you will give money to these men to shift them into these clean projects of energy or technology and whatever, and women will still be left out of all of that equation precisely because of the sexual division of labor. So you need, and when you know that, what is it that you need to include women in a new economy, you need time use policies, you need maternity, paternity leave, co-responsibility between the state, the private sector, communities, families, women and men. And then you see in the unpacking how people with disability are telling you, yes, but I would need this. And the trade unions are saying, yes, and we need collective rights when we're doing that. And indigenous peoples are saying, yes, but we need to prior and informed consent when we are going into projects. So that way of unpacking how the solutions look like, the more engaging with social movements, we have the larger and better clarity, as opposed to what member states and all of these corporate actors are giving us and saying, oh, we want nature-based solutions, and they're depleting the forest or any ecosystem, and they want a plantation on soy, and we're saying plantations are not forest, meaning we need to uphold ecosystems. So the clarity of the solutions we're demanding at this moment are more complex and more sophisticated the larger the alliances become. And we realize the more simplistic solutions that we are being offered on that side of the table. And I think this is why we are having stronger arguments, larger alliances, a bigger picture of how the world that we want looks like.
Great, thanks. Better, broader, and more inclusive solutions.
Yeah.
Comments, thoughts, reflections, questions? We just need a mic so the people stream can also hear.
I remember Irene, because Irene has been my mentor. She has also been is still in my board, by the way. And I remember very well that we were maybe not so used to going into the streets, but thanks to the work we've been doing with feminists from the Global South, the real revolutionaries like our friend here from Mexico, Emilia, we understand the power of demonstrating. We have to stand up, and I remember even that our colleagues from Kenya, like Wangari Maathai, she was demonstrating all the time in the traditional way. They were taking off their clothes and they were standing nude in front of the parliament or the ministry, asking them to change the law on whatever, deforestation or so. I don't say we all have to now undress and stand in front of the parliament in Norway, but the power of using our democratic rights to demonstrate are essential. And we need to do it more, and I understand very well that it's not just a few women's organizations. It's the solidarity we have with our sisters in the Global South, understanding the structural dimensions and how our government decisions are destroying the lives and the rights of women in the Global South. That is essential. So this international feminist solidarity. And really listening to our the sisters from the Global South, because it's their rights which are being, threatened and abused. And then, of course, working with all the other sectors. And I'm happy that in the UN, at least, because of the Rio Convention, where we started with this in 1992, we now have spaces for the LGBTQI communities, the indigenous communities, the landless farmers, and we have created these spaces to hear the voices of the most those who are struggling on the front lines most. And I think if we can bring this also more into our own democracies, where I think this is still missing, we would already make a very big step towards the needed revolution.
Yeah. I just want to pick up on something that I mentioned in my intro this morning, and that is that, as Sasha is saying, I think we've done such a good job. The way we work together through Women's Major Group at CSW, by thinking intersectionally, by being inclusive, by seeing the whole picture. But what I see, at least here, and it might be different in the Global South, I'm not 100% sure if it's the same, but Fokus has been working for so many years trying to involve and engage the environment organizations into having a gender perspective. Because, and my observation is that we're still too siloed in how we work, and that we need to actually break down those silos to move forward, and that needs to be part of the kind of revolution too, I think. And I've had conversations with leaders of organizations in the Norwegian environmental movements, and who said, gender? Could you explain the kind of links here? And it surprises me that that's where we still are. And so that's just an observation, and I think that's something that we, as feminists and as a women's movement, we need to strategize more on how do we get those conversations going, and how do we also, when we go to COP, not have ministries who appoint environment organizations, civil society, to their delegations, and not women's organizations. And we're still the silent voices. So I think that's one of the things that we have to look at. And then just additionally, on one of the things that we need to do more as movements in the global north is to bring more awareness to women human rights defenders in the global south, who actually stand on the front lines when it comes to protecting the environment, like Marta. Fokus has a lot of cooperation, and has had for many years, with indigenous women in Guatemala, and the stories they tell about also death threats and how they have to escape. And it's perspectives that get lost by also big organizations, human rights organizations, when lifting up which human rights defenders we kind of look at. Yeah, thank you.
If I can add an example on what you're saying, in Mexico we're training on a project on gender-responsive budgeting on climate change, especially mitigation and gender, in 2 cities, and we had to train the Ministry of Gender Equality on climate change, on environment, on mitigation, adaptation, blah, 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 and the Ministry of Environment on gender, on the sexual division of labor, blah, blah, blah. And they were all together because they needed to come to understanding together on what were the legal frameworks, the institutional capacities and stuff. So everybody needs to learn at this point about the deeper interconnections. And on the point that you were saying on the Global North and environmental defenders, I think it's really crucial. This is why we really want all of the Global North allies to step up into the way they interact with their decision makers, because we understand that people tell us, I don't want to harm my political alliances and my political relations, but to us it's like, yeah, but people in the Global South are dying, people in Guatemala are putting into jail, there are people who are disappearing, and in the islands, things are even more dire. So this is why we really need the Global North to come together with a pact on how they need to really bring in new strategies, new learning, new understanding, even a larger conversation with the Global South of what it is to be done to crack the EU specifically, because they come as a bloc and they don't allow anything progressive in any negotiation. What is happening now in CSW, nothing on environment and macroeconomy is happening because of the EU. And of course, nothing on gender is happening because of the Arab group and whatever. So we really need to crack those negotiation blocks.
Wait, may I take off my moderator hat for a moment? Yes. And just be a little, maybe provocative to what you said, Gro? I worked in the space of development and health and to some extent women's rights, gender equality for a while. And exactly that thing about you said, we have invited them in so many times, but they don't come. I think we need to turn that one around. This is not about people coming to us, it's about going out, speaking to other groups. And I know people try, people do it. We also need to realize that there's two things to it. It's very uncomfortable because you're standing in a room, often in a room where people don't want to hear what you have to say. And two, it requires a lot of compromise because you go in and you find out, okay, what are their arguments? What are they saying? What are their goals? And how can our case tie into that? So it might not be 100%, we might not get everything we will, but that's kind of the incremental change. But if you go in there, find out what drives them, then you might have some more ears that will listen. And it's really uncomfortable to be there, but that we need to do that.
What I also noticed during this long period of 45 years or something like that is that it very much depends on people. So if you have your allies in environmental organizations, and we certainly had at some point, we lost it again, but these are individuals within these organizations or in those institutions that really see how important it is to bring the social dimension in. And they are often at their own or alone, so they need our support.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thoughts? Reflections?
Or
Irene,
you
have
can
some
share
more?
how depressed you are after talking the entire room.
Oh, it's certainly fun to work on
Yeah,
this.
that could be too.
If I may, and not being on the panel, I'm sitting here with lots of salt still. But just to comment also on what you said, Katja, because we've also tried doing that. And what we found out is that sometimes it works, but it hangs too much on the individuals within the organizations and not on implementing it into the structure. I mean, we've also done gender training at a major Norwegian environment organization. The person who was in charge of this left and it died. Yeah. And I think that, so it needs to be something that they remember unless somebody else put it in their speaking points.
And you can make the win-win case.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's not just you got to take what we say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, but I want to, point to Julia, who is here from Spira, who actually grabbed a hold of this and started talking about gender in environment policies and actually has done a lot of good work and now also is a member of Fokus. So.
So questions, we have two international legends here. Oh, Caroline?
You and Sasha.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Gru was saying, because I think one of the challenges that one may have in terms of not getting those organizations on board is also that there is no accountability for them in doing so. So I think this commitment that the Nordic countries delivered in New York during CSW to UN Women's Executive Director on having a gender lens in climate policies and programming and legal framework. That is really important, because when that happens, they will have to have that conversation. So that's sort of one of the important doors that opens, so you don't have to stand outside and always be the one standing outside and knocking the door. One of the things we saw, for example, with the UN reform, when it's starting being, for the country programs for the whole of the UN, there needs to be gender focus. And suddenly, someone came to us and actually asked us for our opinion. That was, wow, that's important. So there is a little bit of a change, but these frameworks need to be there. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. There needs to be accountability for others, and it can't only be us who works on gender equality issue that has that responsibility, unless everyone else also need to be accountable for it. It won't happen.
Right. Accountability being a key word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, well, first I just want to say something on the sides, is that we need to strengthen UN women because they're all alone and they're having a big fight inside the UN. And then at the same time, we need to steer the entire UN from its corporate capture, because otherwise we are running a big risk. But on the issue that you were saying, I think it's really important to hold everybody accountable, especially governments in the global north who come to all of these summits on COVID, on climate, or at the UNFCCC, in pledging on gender, but really without, as a means to not committing on the real structural change that needs to happen on environment or on macroeconomy. And that is crucial, because what we see is this purple or pink washing in the UNFCCC or on all of these platforms as a way to deliver positively with an audience, and then blocking everything that is really meaningful for the survival of women and the planet inside the negotiation room. So to us, it's also really important to monitor who is committing structurally as well on gender. For instance, not saying, oh, how many women we have in our boards or something, or how many women are we going to bring in our delegations, and really is like, how are you committing on adaptation, on mitigation, on climate finance, on technology, on on shifting, on regulating fossil fuels, etc. That is where we think that there is a correlation with the type of accountability we expect from them, and we don't want our agenda to be used as a pretext to stop doing anything else, and then to come and paint a nicer picture of them while we know what they are doing, right? And they're come, but the bad people is the Arab group or whatever, and the Arab group is trying to not have conditionalities because they're really struggling with a just transition. So I don't want to apologize the Arabs for blocking language on gender. I just say that there are larger complexities, and we need each actor to be held accountable in their own standing.
Thanks. Questions? Yeah, Sasha, or comments?
Yeah, I have a question for Emilia and for Irene. Irene talked about Silent Spring, that it sort of led to the UN Environment Program, and then that we had Rio as an important part. But my question to both of you is, would the world have been much worse without the conventions, without international agreements and international law?
Yes.
I agree.
So, although we are not there yet, I think without all this work and without everything which has been done and written and understood and organized, I think we would have already had a disaster, which is already happening at ground level, but much larger. So yes.
Agree, and I would say also, because sometimes people say, oh, I feel like in a lot of despair because I can't do anything, I can't do much, and when you're an activist, you fail, you feel like you fail every time, right? But it is, I have witnessed across all this time, it can always be worse without us being there. It could always be worse, and you know that it could have been horrible, and then at least you stop. For instance, let me put an example. In one CSW, a country said, oh, in all of the references on women and men, I want those to be deleted and add instead all of the men and their wives. You know, if you leave the world in the hands of those people, then it would really have gone badly from the stars. Everybody needs to be there, and it could have been worse. That's all I would say.
So before we wrap up, and just, I'm just going to get a little personal again.
No, then
what? Emilia, what keeps you driving? Because this is a struggle. You've been at it for a long time.
Yeah, that is easy for me because I'm part of the social movement. You get inspiration from all of the. At the beginning, it was from the feminist movement. Now you get inspirations from the indigenous peoples, the trade union people with disability. They feed you, and you know that you have a big responsibility. And I just learned from a colleague of mine, Sanam Amin, from Bangladesh, and she also said what needs to keep us driving is that those defenders that are at the forefront, resisting, and that are really having a larger fact than the one that we have. We need to keep on going there every day and remind people in power and in the technical aspects, everything, because we have a responsibility to them. So, but that is not only suffering and pain. The inspiration that we draw from the movement is so large and big, and the knowledge is endless. So I think that is something that can keep us, inspiring us all to keep on this.
And what's your best self-care trick?
Self-care?
Self-care tips.
Well,
and that you actually do yourself.
Yeah, I think work is my self-care, because otherwise I would go insane with the pandemic. But no, it's... I don't know. Being an activist like I am, you have a cause that is personal. It's not a job. It's not something that you disconnect when you go back home. You have a feminist family, a feminist interest, a cause. So that to me is also care, collective care.
Thanks for sharing.
For me, it's passion. It started with passion for the environment, for the earth, and it enlarged itself with passion for people, and specifically for those who are struggling the struggles. And that gives a lot of energy and endurance, and I cannot stop. That's what is clear for me.
And how do you re-energize?
Going out in nature, being outside, and being quiet. So I really like my quiet moments, but also music. I'm a singer as well. So. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks. Thank you, and thank you. We'll
Thank
have
you.
a break now. We have 20 minutes. We'll be here. Så har vi en diskussion tilbage, og hvor jeg ikke inviterer panelisterne op, så kan jeg lige præsentere jer, som I kommer op. This is going to be our last conversation. I just got a little language confused. So, when you speak one language, then you change over to another one, but at least we've only been in 2 languages today, or 3, 4. So we just saw the video, why should climate change and gender equality be tackled together? After this wonderful day together, I don't think that's a question mark Any more? And it shouldn't be a question mark, but it should just be how do we do it, when do we do it, and how much can we do it as fast as possible. So, but as we have talked about a little bit today and mentioned in the beginning, right now some things are happening in New York, and it's the big CSW that for the first time, as far as I know, is actually head-on having climate change and environment at the center together with gender equality, and also how can gender equality be a driver for achieving the results and vice versa. So with me for this part, the last discussion we have today, I have Caroline Rustin. You met her. It's a UN Women Nordic Office Director. And then she'll be talking about UN Women's role in this and what they'd like to see, why this is happening. We have Cecil Bleken, who will be coming in online, straight from New York. She's sitting in the negotiations. We hope the technology works, but because she's right in the middle of it, and we're going to hear the latest and greatest, including pain points. Gru, who needs no further introduction, the Executive Director of Fokus, you all know her, and Christine Bjartnes, Senior Advisor from Sex and Politics. Best name of an organization ever, apart from Women Deliver, of course. But, you know, Sex and Politics, because that's what it is, the IPPF Norway. And we'll put that extra dimension regarding sex and reproductive health and rights on this, because blimey, if we won't hear from New York that one of the issues being tackled is women's bodily autonomy, and which some people don't think they should have. But may I start with you, Caroline? Just tell us about CSW. I believe most of you know what it is, but just what is it? Very quick. Why do we have it, and why is it so important this year?
So CSW is actually one of the biggest convening or conveners of governments and civil societies in the world. We meet every year in New York during 2 weeks. Usually we are several thousand people, which means that also civil society has a clear voice and are included in a lot of the discussions, informal discussions, and also hopefully in the negotiations. We'll come a little bit back to that. CSW is an old institution. You know, this is the 66th time. And we have always hoped that for every year we have CSW, we're going to have better language. We're going to explore and further deepen all the work on gender equality. This, I think, sadly, for the last few years has been a little bit of a challenge. So it's more and more difficult for us to get more progressive, approved language, which I think we're also going to talk about today. As you mentioned in the introduction, this is the first time that we have this specific topic, which also means we've been very, very well excited about it, but also concerned whether we're going to be able to get progressive language and how that will look like. So, yeah, we all look forward to hear the latest from Cecil from the negotiation room. I've gotten text in between from my colleagues who sits there. So we'll see what we get.
Just one quick question more. So you come from the UN agency, UN Women. What would UN Women like to see come out of this? I mean, because it's not just a meeting to have a meeting.
No, definitely not. I mean, we want to have real progressive language out of it, so that can influence what happens on the ground. We know what comes out of this will be what governments are going to implement at the country level, which will influence what the UN collectively do at the country level. It will influence the UN programming at the country level, so that we also have the chance to have discussions with other UN agencies to push this agenda. So overall, that's what we want to achieve.
So a good progressive language that can be used as an accountability tool.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks. Do we have Sissel with us, Matthias?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Hi, Sissel. Lovely to see you. And just for the friend in the panel, she can see us that way. So I know that you don't feel comfortable standing with the back. But then if you turn around, you actually stand with the back to her, which I think is not nice. So lovely to see you, Sissel. Can you just say something so we know that we can hear you? And can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up.
I can hear you very well, so thank you, and good to see you all.
And we can hear you too. Sissel, what's happening? Give us a situation report.
Yeah, situation report is that I don't really know exactly what's happening because we were negotiating until a few hours ago. And we still do not have a final agreed conclusions, but I think we will get there, and I think it will be, unfortunately, not as progressive as we and as Caroline is hoping for, but I think we will get some good language, we will get some good foundation for both UN, for governments, and for civil society to work on the ground when it comes to gender equality, women's rights, and not the least, which I think is important, the new theme this year, the connection between climate change, disaster risk reduction, and women's rights. I think that is the very, very important theme this year, and it will create a better foundation and have more gender perspective, more gender transformative climate policy, I hope.
So did you negotiate through the night, Sissel?
Yes, until 4:30 this morning, New York time, and now it's 9:30. So it was a short night, and we continue in half an hour. So and then hopefully we will get then the final agreed conclusions.
Can you describe the negotiation environment? Just describe where you're sitting. You're not sitting on Zoom this year. You're actually sitting together.
Yeah, and I think that is a big advantage. I followed part of it last year when it was all on the screen. And of course, it had the advantage I could do it from Oslo, but it also had the disadvantage that it was even later. And I think the largest disadvantage was that you couldn't really, have informal discussions. So I think the atmosphere in the negotiation room is quite good. People are walking around with their sort of draft text and consulting and trying to find the middle ground. So I think it's, but we are moving from one room to another. So we have been sitting in everything from a very small conference room to the big General Assembly Hall. So that's, and of course, in the General Assembly Hall, we are sitting with sort of 5 meters between and then walking around. So that's a bit strange, but it works. So I think it's, and the atmosphere is good. People want to find solutions. They want to listen to each other. But I don't know exactly where we will end. And of course, one of the challenging things this year is that climate and gender equality is new for it's not that much sort of agreed language from before, from the CSW, and it's not that much either from the climate negotiations. So I think this is an important year, and it's an important thing because we would be able to bring women's rights more into the climate negotiations and to the climate actions.
Right, Sissel, what are the greatest pain points? What is it that the discussion gets stuck on?
It gets stuck on, I think, as Caroline already said, much of the same things as it has been stuck on the last years. It's everything that has to do with sexual and reproductive health and rights, comprehensive sexuality education, sexual orientation, gender identity, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. So everything that has to do with, and also a lot to do with youth and girls, which I find a little bit sort of strange, but it's to include girls in a number of the paragraphs is very much debated, and the argument is we don't like to see child labor, but of course that is not an argument to reduce girls and adolescent girls' right to participate and to be heard and to have a voice and to be an active actor.
What's the counter arguments for having youth mentioned? Is that to?
Yeah, they don't have the same responsibilities. They don't have, and it is not said, but I think it's underlying that they don't have the same kind of abilities. That's not said, so that's my sort of interpretation. But I think it's we do not, and in other countries would not like to see girls in or youth in decision-making positions. But we also had some very good examples of some of the negotiators telling about their own experience being a youth representative and how they have represented their own country, for instance, in multilateral negotiations. So I think that's there are arguments going both ways, but I think it's this about, you know, the role that they give to young people. It differs from country to country, and we would like to strengthen the role of youth in for instance, in negotiations or in participating in the CSW, in the official delegations. And of course, also when it comes to climate change and disaster risk reduction, it's not only women, but it's also young girls and even you know, girls at a lower age that actually have a role to play, and they have rights definitely, which we need to protect.
So what we have seen in negotiations before is what I totally unpolitical correct call the axis of evil at work. Has the axis of evil grown? Are there more people who are against women's and rights and gender equality, and particularly this, or is it shrinking?
I have not been part of these negotiations for so long, so it's a bit difficult for me to see. Of course, there's one big change with the change of government in the US, in the United States. So they are no longer part of what you would call the axis of evil. They are very much on our side, which is also quite useful because they know some of the negotiation techniques from the other side. But I think it's a little bit floating. We have a number of, for instance, Latin American countries that's quite progressive, but I think possibly there's also an increasing number of Latin American countries that is not so progressive as we would like them to be. So it's a bit difficult to say, but it's you know, it's not getting smaller apart from the US, I think, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. One of the issues we have been discussing here is also indigenous people's both rights and status and inclusion in the whole climate debate. Can you lift and tell us a little bit about how, if you know how that's reflected?
I think that's reflected fairly well, and it's not among the most difficult discussions, although we have some challenges when it comes to human rights defenders, which is something that it's very important for Norway. We are, I think, currently negotiating in Human Rights Council a resolution on human rights defenders, and we had one in the third committee in the UN last year. And for us, it's important to have human rights defenders, and that also would include indigenous human rights defenders, environmental human rights defenders, and they're both quite important also in this year's theme for the CSW. So there is this general resistance against sort of mentioning human rights defenders, because in some countries they don't think they have them or they need them, or that definitely they do not need protection. And then having then also reference to indigenous human rights defenders or indigenous women human rights defenders has been a little bit challenging. But apart from that, I think indigenous people's rights and participation is fair. It's not the most difficult part of the negotiations.
I'm glad to hear. Do you have time to stay with us for the next half hour, or do you need to run?
I think for the next half hour, but after that I will have to run.
Thank you very much for taking the time. We'll get back to you in a minute. But I'd like to go to you, Gro, because one of the things that's different at this CSW is that because of, or at least that's what they say, because of COVID, there's not that many civil society representations. What's different this time?
I think there's many things that are different. I mean, and I think that we as civil society had a huge challenge last year when it was all digital, and the UN said that being part of the negotiations digitally was limited to 2 digital spaces per member state, and then member states said, we need those 2 spaces. We cannot give anyone to civil society. there were some good exceptions, one of them being Denmark and some others, and civil society representatives from those member states kept many others of us abreast what was going on, so we actually could understand anything at all. I think the challenge this year is that there was more of an opening to going. And if I can kind of refer back to Norway, there were invitations being sent out to civil society organizations, labor unions to be part of the official delegation. But already in the invitation letter, we were actually being told that it was most likely that it would be digital. So we should not actually prepare to actually go to New York. Fortunately enough, the board of Fokus said, well, if the political leadership is going, then Fokus is going. So I was told to get a plane ticket, and I did. And it was really important being there to actually take part in some of the discussions that was going on. And the paradox was that the Saturday before CSW started, the UN Secretary General sends out a letter saying that, oh, now we're opening up again. And civil society can come into the UN, but there are some guidelines and rules and everything. And I think that most of us were, to say it very directly, very pissed off. Because this message could have come at an earlier point. Actually allowing us into discussions and into the building and being part. And I know, I have friends and feminists from around the globe, and I know some of them who actually jumped on a plane that Saturday and came to New York because they said, well, we're going to be there. Because civil society have to be there and have to be visible, because we've seen such a shrinking space over so many years. And if I can just add one more thing, which I think is a paradox, because civil society is not allowed into the room where the negotiations are, unless we have a badge that say that we are part of an official delegation. 10, 12 years ago, this was not a problem. I've been at CSW and have been sitting in the negotiation room. Nobody asked civil society if we had any reason to be there. We sat quietly in the balconies, listened in, took notes, texted, could talk with those who were sitting in negotiations to actually provide them with info that we have, because we've been following this for so long. And then there were member states who said, oh, we don't want civil society there because they're disruptive and we don't want the visibility. And suddenly we were on the couches outside, with together with conservatives sitting on the other sides with their computers with stickers saying right to life and no to abortion. So, I mean, there's a lot of paradoxes here, and I think it's been heightened with the pandemic, and I think that it's really important that we start meeting again and that we actually next year are back to CSW full force. And I want more of us at CSW next year than were there before.
And we want CSOs in the delegations.
Absolutely.
Sissels, what's your interaction with the CSOs over there? And are they in the negotiations? Have anybody snuck in?
Yes, they are, but most of them are outside on the couch, as Gro said. And I think, from the Norwegian side, we very much agree with what Gro said. We would also very much like to see much more active civil society participation and much more space for civil society, both in the meetings and in the negotiations. And it's very, very useful for us when we get all the comments. And as Gro said, there is a long experience and also that the civil society organizations know the history and they know the dynamics, and they have also different contacts from what we have. So I think that it's extremely important. And join Gro in saying that I hope that we will have more civil society participants, many more in New York, that we will have all these side events being alive and not digital as this year, and also that we will have much closer interaction when it comes to the negotiation and to have the civil society in the room. There are a few, and as Gro said, what I did last year with giving a space, so some countries, and for instance the EU countries, because the EU is negotiating as a bloc. So it's easier for EU countries to give one of the seats to civil society organizations, because then they don't need to have, change, because there is certain countries that have been given the responsibility. So I think there are a few civil society organizations that actually also allowed into the room, which is quite useful. And I hope that we will see more of this in the years to come.
Thanks. We hope so. Christine, so you come from sex and politics.
Yeah.
And we heard from Sissel that one of the I don't want to call it a pain point because it shouldn't be, but one of the things that are being negotiated hard is sexual and reproductive health and rights.
Yeah. No surprises there.
No surprises there. Can you just talk a little bit about the intersection between climate change and sexual and reproductive health and rights, and why it's important to have in the document?
Of course. Yeah, so first of all, maybe I can just say briefly what sexual and reproductive health and rights are, because it's always used, we usually use all these abbreviations, and they're not so easy to understand always, often shortened to SRHR. But it's really about the right to sexual and reproductive health services and the right to decide over our own bodies, about bodily autonomy, which health services include access to safe abortion, contraceptives, everything that has to do with maternal health, giving birth, freedom from violence, discrimination, and the list goes on. And these kinds of health services and sexual rights are critical to climate change adaptation and mitigation. And the interlinkage is that when we are facing climate crisis and climate change with heat rising, air pollution, floods, lack of access to clean water, extreme weather, infrastructure that are getting ruined, it's more difficult to access sexual and reproductive health services. And I think this is also have many interlinkages to other types of crises as well. For instance, war settings, as we're seeing in Afghanistan or in Ukraine. I think also there are many interlinkages to also the COVID pandemic and the crisis that we've been in for the past 2 years. And the consequences of not accessing sexual and reproductive health services are an increase in unwanted and unplanned pregnancies, maternal deaths, newborn death, unsafe abortions, violence, harmful practices, trafficking. So it's extremely important that we make sure to maintain access to sexual and reproductive health services also in times of crisis. And SRHR is already underfunded, unprioritized, forgotten about in crisis settings, and also seen as some of the most controversial aspects. Also, linking it back to CSW now and negotiations, seen as some of the most controversial aspects of the women's rights agenda.
For some of us who don't feel it's controversial at all, can you just, what is it particularly in sexual and reproductive health and rights that gets some of the dark forces in?
I think everything that has to do with safe abortion, LGBT rights, Sissel also mentioned youth. I think everything that has to do with youth, sexuality and reproduction is also on that list. What else?
Sexual education?
Yeah, comprehensive sexuality education, of course, as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it? No, sorry.
Extremely dangerous. No.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also noticed in when you looked at the women's major group, do you just want to say what that is quickly? Because do everybody here knows what women's major group is?
Yeah, and I would actually, if we could give the microphone to Sasha, who could say it very clearly for us.
Yeah.
Mette, if you have a microphone and could give it to Sasha. Yeah, it's right there.
I'll be quick and fast. Thank you.
You can even come up here and do it.
Turn it on.
Yeah, so the Women's Major Group is a space which was given to us by the governments in 1992 as an outcome of the Earth Summit. And it allows the women and the feminist organizations and the gender equality organizations to have a seat at the table as an observer. And we have this now in the SDG process on Sustainable Development Goals, where we have Sustainable Development Goal 5, which is on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. But we also have it in the climate process, where we are called Women and Gender Constituency. And that is a space which we use to have an intersectional coordination between all the feminist and eco-feminist organizations and movements. And then we go to the CSW, and we are much more experienced than many of our government representatives, because in our team we have and the climate experts and the SRHR experts and the indigenous women's experts, and it allows us to come with a really comprehensive proposal of arguments. And so the Women's Major Group helps to facilitate that space. But there is another space which is important, which is you have the Women's Human Rights Caucus, and so you have we all work together at the CSW to try and bring really human rights-based language into the negotiations. Okay. And it's a real pity that we're losing SRHR language, indeed. So let's hear more about that.
Yes, it absolutely is. And it's also very sad that we're actually fighting not to go backwards. Yeah.
If I can just add on winning new language, because I just got text messages from my colleagues in New York who have also been following the negotiations quite closely, working in International Planned Parenthood Federation. And they said that it was one win on sexual and reproductive health in relation to climate change, and that is on how women and girls face specific challenges in times of climate crisis, also including sexual and reproductive health service and access to that.
Good.
So that was,
at least,
if we also were to focus on some of the positive outcomes.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Thank you for sharing that. It is really happening, kind of real time, this. When we kind of look at that we're fighting not to go backwards, and this is the first time we address climate change, then don't we go when it's the first time? How do we then? Is there anywhere where we kind of push the agenda, where we get further? Now we often talk about the stumbling blocks, but what are the wins this time? What are you hearing and what are you seeing, Sissel?
I think that the major win is that we actually have a much more focus on women's rights, gender equality in a climate setting, which has not been that. There are some attempts during the COP, and there are some agreements, but it's much more focus on it now. So one of my sort of asks maybe to the people who are participating in this conference today is also that you reach out to the climate and environment organizations, because I think that's important that we bring this aspect into the climate negotiations and to the disaster risk reduction work, not only from the feminist side, but from the environment side as well. So I think if you manage to get much better dialogue there, that would be very, very important. And I think that many governments are now also much more aware about the consequences of climate change and everything that Christine described about, how women and girls are affected differently and quite often are in more vulnerable situations and have less access to services, but also less access to participation and less rights when it comes to decision making. They're not listened to in the same way. So I think that's one of the important things, that this is now brought to the table, and we're actually also able to have language on that and to have decisions in the agreed conclusions about also the importance of including women and girls to a much larger extent in everything that has to do with climate and disaster risk reduction. I think that's extremely important, and we need to continue this work, not only at the CSW, but also very much when it comes to the climate negotiations.
Thank you. Gro, do you have an opinion on what are some of the wins we see?
Well, I think it's a win that we actually have this on the agenda and talk about it. Because in many ways it's a paradox, because there are decisions previously going way back. I mean, the environment was one of the pillars in the Beijing Platform of Action going back to '95. So it's not that it's been something that nobody knew about and just said, oh, we have to, there's a gender perspective to climate change. Wow. COP has talked about this, even though it took the COPs a long time to do so. And the first time it was mentioned at COP, it was in Cancun in 2010. And after that, it's been moving forward, and there has been work done, and there's great work that has been done by feminist organizations who've organized to be visible at the COP. So I think by bringing this discussion into the framework of CSW, even though there are a number of member states who said, no, we don't want to discuss this at all because it's just an attempt from your side to renegotiate COP. It's still on the agenda, and I think we just have to keep pushing. And then when civil society comes back in full force, not only digitally, we have to figure out ways to organize to actually use SDG 13 as a push together with SDG 5 to make some major changes moving us forward to 2030.
Right. Absolutely. Caroline?
Yeah, I want to add to that important point you're making, Gro, about Beijing, and of course environment was there, but not climate or climate change. What was really good then when we did the sort of 25th anniversary review for all the countries, 172 countries did that review of Beijing plus 25. And after that, many of you know that we took all the lessons learned from all the countries. There was huge discussions between member states, civil society, private sector, philanthropists and all, to identify certain areas of action that was needed. Again, thinking we know a lot what the problem is, but we need action. And one of those action coalitions is then Feminist Action for Climate Justice. And what was then also interesting to see was at COP26, and on the discussions on gender equality and climate, it was actually that action coalition that was referred to a large extent. So it means that definitely once you put a framework around it that people can coalesce around, and this wasn't only civil society, this wasn't only member states, it was also philanthropists, private sector, more coming together in this sort of coordinated fashion. And some of it, I know, definitely can also be challenged and criticized, but I think that is a way we're moving, recognizing that that sort of collective action is fundamental.
So it prompts me to ask Emilia, if I may, about the connection between the generation equality that we spoke about before. Has this big action coalition on climate justice, or feminist action for climate justice, and Emilia, how do you see the connection from the generation equality on the climate justice.
You can even come up here.
And because then Sissel can also see. Yeah.
No, yeah, thank you. I actually wanted to say some things because CSW cannot be limited to the issue of diversity or SRHR, and actually we definitely regret there is language on SRH, meaning sexual and reproductive health, but not rights. That is not an advancement. I don't think we can ever say that is an advancement, and that was way before. And this is really important because women have rights, and under the UNFCCC, there is no recognition of the human rights framework. So I don't think we should celebrate anything that is underneath their framework of human rights of women. That is something that we cannot celebrate in CSW nor in any platform. And I just want to say it is very sad that in the CSW we didn't have the recognition of our right to a healthy, safe, clean, sustainable environment. There has been a recognition in Geneva, but France removed the language on safe environment. So we only have healthy, clean, sustainable environment, and with the support of the EU and other countries. So we really need to bring back safe, because there is nuclear, there is fracking, and all of the stuff. We had an opportunity to bring safe back to CSW, and the member states rejected it. And now they're just going back and forth between if we have rights or right that would undermine a comprehensive right that we need to have it approved at the General Assembly. And we also just didn't have any language on debt cancellation on illicit financial flows, and that was blocked by developed countries in a relation to climate that we know is so deeply problematic, because the developing countries are paying all of the funding that they have on debt servicing rather than on addressing the climate emergency. So this is really on the responsibility of developed countries in blocking the language on debt and on illicit financial flows in CSW. And also they're blocking language on loss and damage, which is embarrassing and is shameful, because we need to have a recognition on language on loss and damage, precisely because they are the historical responsibles of all of these climate emissions. So we cannot just hear from developed countries that they're advancing and saying, oh, we have language on diversities, and we have, no, because diversities are going to die in 10 years because there is no environment. So we really need to be very clear that there is an interconnection, and we cannot just celebrate language on SRHR or on diversity if we are losing all of the point. And this is what developed countries have been claiming to be an ally of the feminist movement, while they are just not stepping up. And just wanted to say precisely on the issue of coherence, it is very sad that under the UNFCCC, developed countries alongside Russia refuse to have language on coherence. So under the UNFCCC, they say, oh, this is a technical body, so we don't abide by the human rights framework, so we won't recognize not even the Action Coalition and Generation Equality Forum. They don't recognize the name of the work of UN Women, or the work that we do in the SDGs, or the work that we do in Geneva and the UN, the human rights rapporteurs. And this is something that we really need to fight, because you cannot have climate change without talking about human rights. And developed countries are also refusing to talk about human rights in the climate change, as same as Russia or as same as the Arab countries. So I think we need to say this out loud, because otherwise whatever gain we have in CSW is not going to be enough to fight for climate change. And we need the Nordic countries who understand at least the relevance of human rights in a wider extent, in a social pact, to step up on the language on human rights on all of these issues.
Sissel, do you have any reflections on what you're hearing?
I think this is one of the very difficult parts of the negotiations, and I think there is also, we see this as we just heard about, sort of the change of dynamics also in because suddenly it's not the usual groups that, because we are used to in CSW mainly talking about sexual reproductive health and rights and these things. There is a pushback when it comes to human rights in general, also when it comes to the climate negotiations. We're working to strengthen human rights language. There is when it comes to the right to environment, there is also a divide, and it's not settled yet. We don't know where this will end. So that and a lot of countries have also within their own countries different views. We are waiting for the final sort of final text and the final instructions also when it comes to Norway. So, but there are definitely developed countries who is also pushing for that. So thank you.
Thank you. And just before you run, I just want to open up the floor for questions, comments, and particularly to Sissel. She is our woman on the floor. And if there's questions particularly for her, then we can address the rest a little later.
Can I ask Sissel a question?
Absolutely.
Having been at the negotiations in CSW now for God knows how many years, it is something that happens every year that when member states sit in the negotiations and start with the proposal to the agreed conclusions, when you come to paragraph 2, Russia raises their hand and is an opponent and wants to remove language on human rights. And then that continues throughout the rest of the document. So, I mean, I'm just curious because we're in the middle of the war in Ukraine. Russia has gotten a lot of condemnation from a number of countries. Have Russia this year been as visible as they usually are, or have they been more on the quiet side?
I think Russia has been not as visible as they were last year, but I think that has more to do with the personality of the negotiator. I think Russia is visible where they find they need to be visible, and that their sort of position has not changed, and the situation in Ukraine is not really felt in the negotiations. It was felt clearly in the general debate where a number of countries brought it up, and where Russia also used their right to reply. And but in the negotiations, it's not there. And as far as I can see, Russia has not really changed in any way. They're a little bit more quiet because this negotiators there this year is sort of picking on all the important things for Russia and not on everything, just to sort of be a nuisance. I think that's the main difference, and there is no change in attitude from the Russian side.
What countries are the big opponents?
It's of course Russia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran. India is a little bit sort of not always an opponent, but not always very, very supportive. The same Malaysia, Thailand is also a little bit sort of, you don't really know. And then you have African countries are fairly okay. And the Caribbean countries is also fairly okay, but it's a bit sort of depending a little bit on what is the discussions. Yeah, and then of course the Holy See, who is not a member but is an observer and is always very active.
Sasha? Just wait for the mic. Yeah.
Yes, hello. I don't think you can see me, but I would have a question to you on the paragraph on climate finance, at least the last one I have seen, where it talks about significantly increase the gender responsiveness of investments in climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction policies and programs, etc. So it's good that we still have gender responsiveness. I understood that is also something which is not entirely clear yet. I mean, gender transformative would be even better, of course. Can you say something about that? But also, I wonder if investment is the right word. Have you looked at an option of just saying gender responsive funding or so? Because investment sounds like it's only about loans and not about grants. Thank you.
This text came on the table at, I think, 4:15 this morning, so we haven't really discussed it. It has been it's been there previously, but then we have sort of, because it's difficult, it's sort of been postponed, and then we got this just before we closed this morning, so we haven't really discussed about funding or financing, but it's a good argument, so I'll see what we can do on that. There is very little time now for negotiations, so we'll have to be very selective about what we focus. When it comes to gender responsive, gender transformative, gender sensitive, there is of course this debate, and some countries would like to say that gender sensitive, that's fine, and the rest is not acceptable. We haven't really closed that either. The facilitator is very eager to say that, you know, we need to have gender responsive, which I think is what they agreed upon in the methods of work, which has also been negotiated this year. there is no gender transformative at all in the draft as it stands now, and I don't think it's likely that it will get in, but hopefully we will be able to maintain as much as possible of at least the gender responsive.
Thank you. You really know your stuff. Thank you very much for fighting the good fight there and for getting good input from here. Thoughts, reflections, questions? What do you hope for? And where do we take it from here? It's two different questions, but where do we take this from here? Now we have in a minute, we have a piece of paper. We have the declaration. It can be used for accountability. We fight on the front line, word by word. It's on the front line in the communities. It's in the investments. It's in politics. Where do we go from here?
If I may have just a few words, and then I have to run off to the negotiations. And I think, one of the things that Caroline mentioned is quite important, that this is actually, when they come to the country level, they can have this document and say, this is actually what you have agreed to. I think it's useful also for Norway, for our embassies. It's useful for our dialogue with civil society, also in the countries where we are represented. And hopefully it's something that the civil society also can use to hold their own governments accountable. And then I would hope that this is, that we would use this and to try to strengthen not only the language, but actually strengthen what's happening at country level. Because what's important, what's in the negotiation is only important when it only has, an effect when it's transformed into actions at country level. And that it can be a support for all those that are fighting for gender equality, LGBTQ rights, sexual and reproductive health and rights, climate financing, climate negotiations, women's participation and representation, young people's participation, indigenous people, trade unions, labor rights. There's so many things that's important, and that this can hopefully be a tool also to strengthen those rights, not only sort of theoretically in discussions, but in real life at country level. Thank you. And then I leave you and I run back to the negotiations, and I wish you a successful conference.
Go do it. Question stands for you too. Caroline.
I hope one thing, that it can have everyone feel responsibility to deliver on gender. It shouldn't be us that are either in civil society, UN Women, or those that sort of have that mandate. It needs to be everyone. And I don't think by 2030, we actually shouldn't be here. We shouldn't have this discussion. Gender inequality should be, that's the end date. But it can only happen if everyone feels that responsibility, and that has to happen in, everywhere. It needs to be the Prime Minister's understanding. It's not only the gender equality minister that's responsible. In the UN, the Secretary General, not only UN Women who's responsible, but UNDP, UNFPA, or they're doing it already, but World Food Programme, that everyone does it, and the same in organizations in the private sector and also. So I think that's what I really hope for. Not just for this, but for everything that we do. Christine?
If I were to say two things that I myself would do and contribute with after the negotiations have ended and we have an outcome document. First of all, Julia and I have agreed, also because I am in the Norwegian delegation to CSW at the moment, through an umbrella organization called Forum for Utvikling og Miljø. And they got the spot because I think they hoped for civil society engagement in the delegation from the climate organizations. There weren't that many who applied, unfortunately. So then an SRHR organization got the spot instead. But we have agreed that we will bring the perspectives from the final document to that network and to give a presentation and include in the network group with all the big climate civil society organizations in Norway. So that's one thing. And the other thing is I coordinate the Norwegian Civil Society SRHR network, so also for our inputs into the process of the new Norwegian action plan for gender equality and women's rights in the foreign and development policy, that we also make sure that the aspects from the outcome document also will be included in Norway's new action plan.
Group.
I hope that the outcome of CSW and the discussions that have been going on leading up to CSW on gender justice, climate justice, has brought the issues to the attention and up higher on the agenda to more organizations than prior to CSW this year. And that we as civil society can use the momentum to engage others to actually be a broader and stronger alliance together. Because one of the good things about CSW is that during CSW, I mean, it's not just, you know, the regular women's organizations that come together. We come together with representatives from labor unions, indigenous populations, and so many others broadly. And I think that we need to keep the momentum up. And then, you know, I also hope that we can come back next year in stronger force. And even though we don't move forward with big steps every year, we keep up the discussions. And I think that even though many of us question why should we go to New York to CSW because we're not really getting anywhere, it's important that we keep going, because if we stop going, you know, Russia and Iran and the Holy See and others, there's nothing more they would want than for us to stop coming.
Before I hand over to you, Gro, to finish us up, thank you very much. If you would, I'm going to give you the last word, Gro. But I actually have, and this is not something you know about, but I would actually like to ask you, Emilia, what do you want? You know, you have an audience here. There's an audience there. What do we need to do? And I know I'm putting emotional labor on you for you to tell us that, but...
No, thank you for this. I've been in New York for 2 weeks before coming here and had many meetings with especially feminists from the Global South. And some of them were saying how hopeful they were in the Global South to achieve a real transformation. And I was telling them, after all of the processes I've been, that I don't see any hope in the Global South. Because there is, no matter how loud we yell, how much arguments we bring, the power and the decision-making and the crushing of all of our dreams is in the hands of the Global North. So at this moment, we were doing an assessment that we need to strengthen our alliances with the Global North, especially with those progressive actors who are willing to push in all of the fields and not in the ones that they feel comfortable with. That is one. Second, to bring then our decolonial approach to the discourse of the Global North, because from their progressiveness and their liberal approaches, they don't know how much harm they're doing. To us, liberal equates to conservative, equates to destruction. So we need to challenge that notion that being liberal, bringing funding investment, private sector, corporation, larger investments are going to deliver to the people, because we see that it's not. The Global North keeps on aiming at growth, while the Ipcc report says we need to degrowth. So there are many changes in the mindset that we need the Global North to transform, and that comes with a decolonizing approach that can only be found in the Global South. So opening to learning from a decolonized and feminist perspective, I think that is crucial. And to step up the strategies in the Global North, something is not happening, because to me, I have 3 enemies in my international negotiations. That is the Arab bloc, the EU, and the US and Australia. And to me, it's the same level. Russia and the EU is the same level, because at the same way Russia fights against the dignity of human rights of individual people, the EU and the US and Australia fight against the dignity of the global South. So to me, it's really important to for instance, in our case, to come and have these dialogues with you for people who are opening in decision-making, maybe opening up study spaces, maybe having someone in the board, in your board, to bringing these voices. There are many, many ways. Stop tokenizing people. In the case of organizing, stop competing for funding for organizations in the Global South. So stop coming there to think you can solve our problems. You need to stay here, stay in your countries, and crack the EU, crack the government in the US. They cannot not sign the conventions on human rights forever. So I think there is a critical mass, and I think some awareness is happening in the Global North about their internal inequalities. They need to realize that they have that their countries are having external impacts, extraterritorial impacts in the Global South, and that is something that they need to focus on, because the extraterritorial impacts are larger. For instance, Norway is expanding the protection of its forests. It owns 80% of the wood industry in Cambodia. You see what I mean? You are preserving your forest and you're depleting the forest in Cambodia because your society lives out of forest and timber, and it has been so good at it. So now you don't see it. You have your forest intact, and it's Cambodian people who are seeing that depleted. So the extraterritorial responsibilities are now more important than ever. So that exchange, that dialogue, that opening to learning and to listening from the Global South and being brave and enduring the fight here in the Global North is very important. And you will have the solidarity of the people in the Global South with you. We need you. We need you because we cannot do what you can do. You are citizens, you are peers. Whereas when I say it, people think, this woman comes with her ideology in mind, and she has dark skin, she's a barbaric person, she's not civilized. You are not seen like that by your governments, by your peers, by your decision makers. So we need you to step up and give that fight more bravely than ever. And you only have 10 years, and you will have all our support for that.
Group, over to you.
Wow, Emilia. That was the ending. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank those who've been part of the conversations, the panels, and even though we're few in numbers here, we're strong in our belief and in our values and in moving this forward. I hope this has been a day that has given information, given inspiration, and has provided motivation to continue the work and to work with us in Fokus and with others, with labor unions, environmental organizations, and others to integrate the gender perspective as an obvious part of climate justice and gender justice. For Fokus, this is only one of many things that we do this year, because it's not like we have a conference and we've had some discussions and then tomorrow we do something else. It's because we wanted to commit to do something. What has been very inspirational too has been the fact that we were actually able to invite people from outside of Oslo to come and have discussions with us. Because I don't know about you, but I'm so sick and tired of Teams and Zoom and every digital platform, because we kind of run from meeting to meeting and there's like 250 in the Zoom room or Teams room. And we were talking about this, Emilia and Irene, Sasha and I, about how you miss out on those moments and discussions and being able to sit down and lunch and think, what can we do to move forward? So we need to get back on track and do this much more. And we already talked about getting together and scheming before Stockholm in June to actually provide funding and spaces for women of the Global South to actually be able to be not silent voices, but to speak about issues that should be spoken about with voices from the Global South and not by us, who are privileged and who, coming from Norway, kind of live on a golden perch because the oil has come and has made this country rich. And we've just kind of run on that and not seen all the damage it has done also. I want to invite you all to join us as we take this forward throughout the rest of the year. I actually start on Monday with dialogue with those in the Ministry of Climate and the Environment who are responsible for following up gender strategy from COP, because I actually found out who it was. So to go on the inside and invite people to actually have a gender perspective and go with us. And to UN Women who, and Caroline, UN Women Nordic, who've been doing this together with us, I think I will say thank you on both behalf of UN Women and Fokus, Caroline, for this day. And I hope you continue discussions, and I bid you a good weekend. And one more thing, because that was the last one. We have, I mean, it was kind of my huge hope when we started planning of this. I wanted to have Katja as the moderator. And then she said yes. So I know that, I mean, it has taken so much weight off of my shoulders to know that this whole day has been in the safe, capable, competent hands of Katja, who is a fierce force for feminism and who came to Oslo and said yes to doing that. So Katja, I am going to say thank you. And you are in our hearts.
I'm going to eat your heart.
Yeah. And you're going to enjoy them.
Yes. I have learned so much, so it has been an absolute privilege to be here today. So thank you very much.
And thank you to all of you. And, whoops, and there goes my mic. I've had two people with me who left the stage before we could say thank you. Caroline. Christine. Tusen takk.
Thank you, Gru, and the whole Fokus team for organizing this. Beautiful.